rise against you. With us lying down upon each other's side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. Now I remember standing tippy-toe, eye to eye next to you, sizing you up, I'm gonna tell you everything. Got another year and another guy and another guy and another year. Just don't many your eyes are so descriptive. And I don't need an intercept telling me that you're so very afraid. With us lying down upon each other's side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. And I remember standing tippy-toe, eye to eye next to you, sizing you up, I'm gonna tell you everything. Got another year and another guy and another guy and another year. Just don't many your eyes are so descriptive. I don't need an interceptor telling me that you're so very afraid. With us lying down upon each other's side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side. Funny how it feels when the water's on the other side.
Because this craziness, this sickness in this country now is shot through the whole society. You know, people in law enforcement have also succumbed to right-wing extremism and white nationalism. Again, what this points up is how pervasive and vast a problem this is, and we will be dealing with it for a long time.
We're When you work late nights in dark, repulsive conditions, you probably expect to get paid. They don't. There are thousands of hard-working, underpaid men and women in your city right now. They're called musicians. Any given night of the week, they put themselves on the line for you and your drunk friends. The problem? You're not even there. The beer he got paid with tonight will never keep him warm. That guitar she still owes 12 payments on will never love her back. You can help. Go to your local dive bar right now. Pay the cover charge. Sit down with one of these outcasts and put yourself in their shoes. Take one home. Hell, take two if you want. Support local music. Sleep with a musician tonight. Without you, all we have left are ballads.
I'm a no good heartbreaker. I'm a liar. And I'm a cheat. I only got one life to live. I'm not no other. My mama taught me how to land on my feet. I have this way of finding trouble. It's never far. Wherever I go, take one step after another. You gotta move like a rolling stone. Hey! You gotta move like a rolling stone. Oh yeah! Hey! You gotta move like a rolling stone. Oh yeah! Well, I woke up this morning with the devil knocking on my door. Well, he came without warning with a deal, you know, I just couldn't ignore. I do believe, my pretty lady, that it's time for me to move along. Take one step after another. You gotta move like a rolling stone. Hey! You gotta move like a rolling stone. Oh yeah! Hey! You gotta move like a rolling stone. Oh yeah!
I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. As this enormous crowd shows, we have truth and justice on our side. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania. And we're going to the Capitol. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. We will never give up. We will never concede.
We can take that place.
And then do what?
Take on fight.
pal, Big Ugly Jim. I am back by, I would say, popular demand, but I don't know how popular the demand is, but there is a demand. There is a demand. It's a small demand, but I love everyone that's doing the demanding, or as Hulk Hogan would put it, the demandments. Welcome to the stream. I literally just had a flashback of my kids when they were like, 10 years old. Oh, hey, welcome to the live stream, guys. Okay, today. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. Things are going well. Here I am in the frosty city of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, which is not so terribly frosty today. I had to take last week off because I was not in town. I was out with a lady friend enjoying a weekend away in the mountains. It was quite lovely. And, yeah, not a whole lot personal life-wise to report. The band had our show. Oh, I haven't streamed since the show. Band had our show. It went well. I still suck as a trumpet player, like badly. So that's a thing. That's a thing that I have to deal with. But I will get better, and I continue to get better because I practice. But the show was fun, and all in all, not a terrible time. The crowd was surprisingly huge, actually. I was quite unexpectedly surprised there. We were playing an all ages show in my buddy Shithead Dave's basement, and I expected 5 or 6 people or whatever, and it was packed. It was like legitimately packed with kids like 15, 16, 17 years old who just were like, we have a chance to see some music. That's fucking awesome. And they were super, like, they were there the whole show. We played with some really rad bands, Toxic Femininity, who were all, like, quite young, I think, like 15, 16 kind of thing. All-girl band doing some cool shit. Really enjoyed them. Mixed Blame, who I've played with before. Fantastic fucking band. Super fun guys. Really good, kind people, too. So check all of them out. And of course the Shillelaghs, who I used to be in the band with, and they've always just been super awesome human beings. So it was really great to share a stage with them. And yeah, it was our first ever show. I'm not gonna lie, everyone else did great. I did not, but that is life. That's what happens when you learn a new instrument. It's pretty bad. Yesterday was National Clarinet Day, and I own a clarinet that I've played like maybe twice. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I should pull out the old clarinetsky. And then I realized that was a terrible fucking idea. And I did not do it. So yeah, sorry, doing a thing on my phone real quick. Yeah. Other than that, life continues to be pretty sweet. We can just get into it. We don't have to worry about old Jim babbling about what the fuck ever. So, looking on the thing, Nancy's watching, and Muria, and Ziffum, if Ziffum is a person or not. You never know with the way that the internet works. Hey Maria, how you doing? Yeah, so we're gonna get into it. First, I think we should take a moment to do our solemn prayer. So, dear Elon, thank you for this day, and thank you for all that it shall bring us. Please bequeath unto me one good stream. Admittedly, I'm not sharing it on Twitter, but I mean, that's why bother setting it up to share on Twitter if Twitter's just going to go away as soon as you touch it, you stupid shit. I mean, crypto brilliant, man. Give us this day our daily NFTs, and forgive us our right-wing trespasses as we forgive those who right-wing trespass against us but ban the left. Lead us not into temptation of Black Lives Matter stuff or something, but deliver us from the evil of culturally sensitive teaching materials. For thine is the Twitter, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you. Starting an Overwatch game. Oh, right on. I'm old, which I know comes as a huge shock. So I don't really play video games. I used to play video games when I was a kid. And then I learned my lesson because I got into Civilization when I was in college. And I remember my ex-wife was working night shifts, and we were still married at the time. And she comes home from her night shift, and I'm like at the computer, and she's like, have you slept yet? I'm like, no. She's like, you have to leave for school real soon. I'm like, I'm almost done. It was not a good look. So I realized that it's not that I don't like video games. It's that I like video games a little too much. So best not to do the video games. But yeah, no, my kids love them, and I'm pretty sure they play Overwatch all the time, and a whole pile of other stuff. Lately, they've been playing this. They were playing a game called Gungeon, which was super cool, and then they started playing this new game, which looks like Gungeon, but like if Gungeon had a baby with the original Legend of Zelda games. So it's fun for me, and I watch their games, and I go, oh, when I was a boy, we had 8-bits, and we were happy. So, yeah, that's a thing. So, for reasons unknown to me, I recently saw a video about Y2K. Someone talking about the Y2K crisis. And I figured I would give my 2 cents about Y2K, because I was there. I'm Max, the 2,000-year-old mouse, which I think only weird Canadian boomer type people would understand the reference. But whatever. I was there for Y2K. I graduated college in 1997, I believe. And everyone was getting hired up for Y2K jobs because it was a huge, huge deal. Unfortunately, we did a good job. We did good. And as a result, most people think that Y2K was like some kind of a hoax. The truth about Y2K is very, very different than what we actually heard about in the news. And I figured I'd talk about what it actually was, and what, so the image that we got was like this apocalyptic end of world kind of struggle of technology exploding everywhere. And that was like people who worked in the industry, or even me, like going through college, I was like, wait, that's not what's going to happen. There were definitely things that needed to get fixed, but they were not a huge deal. So what caused the Y2K problem was that once upon a time, memory was scarce, and a lot of software got programmed with two-digit years instead of 4 digits. So 85 was going to be 1985. And that's no big deal, but we didn't upgrade those. And most software packages still had 2-digit years just as like a default, because that's what people used. And someone said, what happens when the clock strikes over from December 31st, 1999 to 2000? What is the year? Is it going to go back to 0? And in fact, most of the time, it didn't go back to the year 0. It went back to the epoch, because computer clocks are actually based on seconds since the epoch. I don't know why. That's the thing. When was the epoch? It was sometime in 1972. Basically, when computers started to become like a thing, someone said, okay, this is what we'll base time on. And that works, but when you do these conversions and all of a sudden you're going, okay, convert this day and the epoch and all this kind of stuff, you're going to wind up with some wackadoo dates. Even if it just did like the 00 equals year 0, you're going to have issues. One of the simple example is, back in the day, we used to do this thing called renting movies. It was a whole process where you would go to a video store, which essentially served 2 purposes. It was a place where you could rent those videos, but also where parents could allow their snot-covered children to just run around, especially on rainy days. So it was a community event, and you would go and you would be excited about what movie you were going to watch, because there was some new release you wanted to watch, and there'd be a giant wall of them that are all rented. So you would wind up swearing a lot under your breath and watching Satan's Cheerleaders for the 36th time. And yes, that's a real movie that I watched because the video store didn't have what I wanted, and it was awful. Actually, I saw a lot of really great movies as a result of a combination of either the video store not having the thing I wanted to watch, or getting we used to get like, little coupon things for like rent 3 videos, get a 4th for free. So we would rent. I remember I had one of those for Jumbo Video, and me and my buddy Farmer Dave went and got Nightmare on Elm Street 1, Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Nightmare on Elm Street 3, and his pick, Trucker Girl. Now, I would not have rented Trucker Girl, but it was a banger. So the back of it says, and this I'm pretty sure was the selling feature for him, said, she's got a classy chassis and she's Peterbilt. So very, very classy film. It was actually terrible. It was like all kinds of terrible. It wasn't pornographic. I don't even think there was like a single flashed boobie. It was just like a low rent, independent sort of country western kind of vibe movie. Not terribly great, but not like awful. The kind of thing that you might watch on Netflix now and be like, oh, that was an hour and a half. I'm not too sad I don't have back, but whatever. The fuck was I going? Oh yeah. So you rent the video. So you rent your video. Let's say you rented it, a week before the deadly crossover to the year 2000. A lot of the software is going to do your interest calculations on late charges based on how many days late it is. But what happens if your software thinks that it's like 1,000 years late? That's not going to cause economic turmoil, but it's embarrassing. If companies don't get ahead of it, it would be embarrassing if the actual bills went out to customers saying like, hey, you owe us $37 trillion. That would be embarrassing. Look up in the sky, and it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a bird plane. Bird plane, yes. Almost like a Sharknado. Good morning, I am Canadian. Good to see you, my friend. The only real area where the Y2K issue actually like posed risk was with regards to calculations that were based on the date. The best example of that I read about was time lock safes in banks. So if the time lock safe is controlled by a computer and that computer goes, oh, hey, it's January 1st, 0. Well, what day of the week is that? What happens if it either thinks it's a Saturday when it's actually a Monday, or thinks it's a Monday when it's actually a Saturday? Either you can't get into the bank vault, or you can when you shouldn't. So these are things that came up. Now, I had friends that were doing the full-on apocalyptic nightmare freak out about it. One of the people that I was in college with was like really freaking out one day. And I was like, whoa, calm down. Like, what's really going to happen? And she looks at me and she's like, dude, all those nuclear silos in Russia are controlled by computers. And like, they're not upgrading their code. They're not putting this effort in. They're, so what's going to happen is they're going to like start launching nuclear weapons. And I was like, do you think really that there is a piece of code that's like, if random number, or if today equals Thursday, or whatever, then global thermonucleation. Nucleation? Holy shit, I'm just making up. Global thermonuclear annihilation. I don't feel like that's going to happen. 32-bit C. When I taught C programming in college, it was in the days of C for Windows had finally come out. And I made them learn on 32-bit C, because I explained to them that, yes, it's all well and good that you can use a graphic user interface to draw an application, and that's all cool. But what happens if something breaks and you need to understand the code? So we looked at, from a programming perspective, I taught them how to, do DOS-based graphics and how to do linked lists instead of databases and stuff. It was I was actually pretty impressed. Without AI seems innocuous enough, Jim. Yes, what could AI do? With AI and ML, who knows what it will decide to do? Kernighan and Ritchie, the Bible. So I'm not sure if I know what Kernighan and Ritchie is. But yeah, AI and machine learning are definitely things that would have thrown a very big wrinkle in that, because then you have all of these complex computations, probably some of which are time-based and all this kind of stuff. And the reality is, anytime you introduce any kind of wonkiness into a computer program, you can have unintended ripple effects. That's why we get constant security patches for Microsoft products or any other company's products, because what looks like innocuous code can accidentally, just destabilize just enough that some little thing gets exposed, and that little thing, someone's smart enough to go, hey, I know how to use that to get in. So this is a thing. The C programming language by Kernighan and Ritchie made the C lingua franca at the time, similar to Java now, or Rust, I guess. Cool kids tell me Rust is the way. Rust was starting to come in, and Ruby on Rails was starting to come in when I was getting away from programming, and I was actually Ruby on Rails was the reason I quit programming. Not because it was too hard; it was very easy, but it was once again, hey, all that stuff that you've learned throughout your career, just throw that away and try a new framework that's completely different. And I was like, you know what, fuck this. I'm not opposed to learning, but if every 2 years all of the great program code that I've written is just garbage, well, what's the point? So I stopped and I became a business analyst, and now I am a nerd. I was always a nerd, but anyways. So that was what the real Y2K issue was the potential for, date time calculation issues. In some cases, things like time locks and things like that having issues. And then the overall potential threat of, if we introduce a little bit of instability, can it create problems in other areas unexpected? So we spent a lot of time and a lot of money to convert to using 4-digit years and to get away from the 2-digit year and to validate our software. We had to go through all, like any big company has thousands of pieces of software that they have installed, and you have to replace whatever you can, you have to upgrade whatever you can, and you have to look at, well, is there stuff that we just can't fix anymore? Like, is there a product that we use that doesn't have support anymore? Well, I guess we have to find a new answer there. And for in-house built software, you had to go through and say, well, what happens? How important is this to our business? What happens if we don't address it, and how do we address it? And then come up with a game plan. It was a major thing. And industry, for, surprise, surprise, didn't want to fail, so they spent a lot of money and got a lot of dorks like me to fix those problems. And in the end, we didn't have the issues that we had. It was good. And so as a result, because nothing exploded, there were no nuclear meltdowns and there were no, cities without power, everybody was like, oh, well, it must have been a hoax then, and they just stole all our money. And I get that, but it's wrong. We put a lot of work in. I did not. I never once worked on a Y2K project. I did do software development at the time that required me to make sure that I was doing, 4-digit years, and in some cases, upgrading software that was using 2-digit years to using 4-digit years. But I didn't get involved in the Y2K thing because I was like, that seems like career stupid. I'm going to, devote myself to this one thing, and then everyone else is going to be out of work that does that one thing. This feels stupid. So instead, I got to working on what was called this thing called the internet and intranets, which was new, and trying to make it so that instead of like making brochure style web pages, we had web pages that could do things, which you can thank porn for. It's porn were always the champions of pushing technology forward, because porn wants your money, and porn is willing to do whatever it takes to entice you to come to its site. Nerds are cool. Once you experience a nerdgasm, you'll never go back. Oh, it's true. It's damn true. Nerdgasms are fucking amazing. Y2K bucks, I don't remember getting... There was a lot of people that got a lot of inflated income for being Y2K experts, certainly. But I've always been that consultant who came along a little bit too late and a little bit too not going to get the gigantic payoff money guy. So that sort of sucks for me, but whatever. Then Unicode and 64-bit compilers. Oh, yes. Or bytecode when in the Java world. The world of programming is vastly different and super interesting, but I just can't be interested in keeping up anymore. I can keep up. I still write software. I still write, I'm in the midst of doing subordinate process for offboarding of particular types of people, for ensuring compliance with regulations from a government agency. And I do that all in PowerShell, and it does the job, and everything's cool. But yeah, it's Java bytecodes, .NET followed with CLR shortly after. Yeah, everybody, when Java came out, the promise was write once, run anywhere. And that didn't really work. It sort of worked, but I remember Corel was going to redo their entire Office suite, like WordPerfect and whatever else. Who fucking uses Corel? But they bought it from who was the shitty network people that didn't last? Novell. Yeah, they bought it from Novell. And their whole plan was they were going to write the entire thing on Java so that it could be just written once and it would run on any operating system. Did not work. But yeah, and then .NET came along and was like, well, we better do some fucking Object-C shit that we'll do the write once, run anywhere kind of thing. Coding is fun. Software development can suck. I don't want to learn another language that will die in 2 years resonates. Yeah, man, absolutely. Literally, that was my career for the first, 10-ish years, was software development in languages that were cutting edge. I'll drop some languages that people never even heard of. That's how cutting edge they were. Server-side JavaScript. Now, everyone knows what JavaScript is, but server-side JavaScript was Netscape Enterprise version of, Lisp, Ajax. Server-side JavaScript was their answer to active server pages or Java server pages or whatever. And I wrote applications in that were complicated, like oil and gas energy company applications. Netscape Enterprise disappears, so did server-side JavaScript. It's a dead language no one will ever know. It was in the beginning of my career, it was super exciting to be like, oh, I'm on the cutting edge and I'm learning all this new shit. And then 20 minutes later, you're like, oh, guess I'm starting over. And, I was able to do that, and I did just fine with it for a long time. But I just hit a point where when Ruby on Rails came out, and I was like, oh, this is excellent. This is actually really excellent. And it will definitely make it so that I don't have to put as much development time in the core functional bits and pieces that sort of make things up. It kind of, does a lot of the footwork for you. Cool, that's awesome. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired of learning a new language. Ajax, yes, asynchronous JavaScript and XML. I remember being super stoked because I was doing mostly web applications. Ajax allowed me to do dynamic queries of HTML. So you could have dynamic drop-down lists and things like that. This seems like a no big deal kind of deal for, kids today because that's what the web does. But it didn't before. If you had a box that said pick your country, and then a sub box that said pick your designated section of that country, whether it's state or province or whatever, and you had to dynamically query to get that, that wasn't a thing until Ajax. And I loved that. I did all kinds of cool shit with Ajax. I'm a very weird, clever, creative thinker. So I always found ways to bend technology to my will, and it was just good. Remember when you cared about the algorithm and did pseudocode before you impaled it on a language? I did do pseudocode. I also would do and I still do when I'm up against a larger project. I do data flow maps and workflows and all that to make sure that I break down the system into its appropriate succulent morsels so that it's actually manageable. And it's definitely backwards now. With the advent of Agile, it's almost antiquated, right? The whole waterfall concept of understanding what you're going to build before you're starting to build it is a thing of the past. And that's not a bad thing. It's just a different thing. And so schmutzes like me go, oh, that's kind of cool. And I like a lot of the Agile methodology, but the way that my brain approaches software development is still kind of stuck in that I have a problem, I need to make a solution, here's the linear progression to get to that. While frustrated not solving this damn problem, keep doing more crazy stuff until solved equals yes. Yeah, that was my early days of my career. Many's the time where I would slam my head. I remember in college I had it was a simple project, and I ran it. I was in COBOL of all things, and I ran the program, and the network crashed right then. I was like, oh, for fuck. Well, at least I'd saved it. This is good. So they bring the network back up. I had gone out for a smoke or something and came back in, and network's okay, everything's good. Okay. Run my thing, and the network crashes. And I was like, huh. So I walk up to the TA in the network, and I'm like, dude, I think I'm doing that. I'm not doing it on purpose, but I think, like, it seems really weird that every time I run my software, the network goes down. And he's like, that does seem weird. And I was like, okay, well, we'll do a test. Bring up the network. Give me a number right now, number of minutes that the network will be up before we run my software, and we'll see what happens. He's like, I don't know. This time was like 15 minutes. Why don't we go like 47 or some stupid shit like that? And yeah, he brings the network back up. 47 minutes later, I hit the run button. Network goes down. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I did wrong. So I handed in my printed out code with and my source the disk with the code, handed it into my teacher, and I put a note on it. I was like, don't run this. I took the network down 3 times. Don't run this. And I got it back, graded, got 100%. He's like, your code is right. I ran it on my computer at home, and it was fine. I ran it on the network, and it took down the network. So I don't know what to tell you. You did the right answer. Software was such a pain in the ass in that regard. Anyways, Y2K was very much legitimate, and it was very much a necessary evil. It wasn't going to bring about total Armageddon, but it could have caused a lot of embarrassment for companies, and it could have caused a lot of confusion, and in some cases, it could have caused some actual like potential security problems and things like that. It could have made a lot of software break for reasons that we didn't really comprehend, because sometimes that's just what happens when it encounters just that one little error of logic. It can spin out and be like, oh, well, we're fucking done. You could introduce all kinds of really strange things that, unless you do the legwork, you don't know until you know. And knowing when it's on fire is a bad time to know. So yeah, it was worthwhile. It was good. We won. We had triumphed after all, which I believe is the last line of Dracula. And now we get shit on for it. Everyone just pretends like us computer nerds were like in it to win it, and scamming and shit. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of people did. A lot of people took advantage of Y2K. A lot of people hyped up fear about Y2K. A lot of people overinflated their rates to cash in. But those people are assholes. They're going to do that over anything. They do that now over crypto. Reminds me of my first days in mainframe land. The mainframe folks were gods. Us Prime and Vax and PDP 1170 mini folks were barely tolerated. But we got to submit jobs to the mainframe using HASP. HASP emulated punch cards, 80 characters for code, 132 for print, etc. One day a junior programmer sent a print job to the mainframe. I can only imagine. I did not work on mainframes, so I only have like the after the fact stories of my boss telling me about you've got your program done, you've got your 1600 punch cards, and you're walking with them and you trip and they fly and you go, well, that's it, maybe I'll be a farmer now. 3 days later I got a knock on my door. Had an actual office door closed as I smoked and was kind to non-smokers. Turns out I sent a 133 character print job instead of the required 132, and since JES2 never checked, it borked everything. No one had ever done this before. That's hilarious. The mainframe world was so dumb. I knew one of the professors I had in university talked about a guy who he knew. He would go into big companies and he'd say, I'm a systems analyst. I guarantee you that my work will save you money. And I am so confident that it will save you money, that I will guarantee what we will do is we will take $50,000. The first $50,000 I save you is on me. Anything I save you over that, I'll get a certain cut of or whatever. So, in terms of yearly costs. And he had written a piece of software that stopped the mainframe printers from spitting out one extra piece of mainframe printer paper every time it did a print job. And that, for most very large companies, worked out to a savings of about $50,000 a year. So he just had to install this one thing and then he'd be like, okay, now what? That crazy. I was shitting bricks. IBM Amdahl patched it so an FEP couldn't submit more than the correct amount. It was viewed differently by the mainframe folks I was viewed differently from the mainframe folks from that day on. Yes, it's funny because in IT there is a certain degree of, you're not one of us if you're like new and you're using some new technology when we use the old technology, and then when you break shit because you did something awesome, then they're like, okay, one of us. It's a trip. I've never been one of them, so, when I started, I remember the story when I started at Pan Canadian. My first day, I got hired sight unseen. It was back when I still had a shaved head. I was bigger than I am now. And so I get this, hey, Jim, tomorrow morning, go at 8 a.m. to this address, and they're going to set you up with a computer, and this is the work you'll be doing. It was terrible work, way beneath me, but the economy was really soft at the time, and beggars can't be choosers kind of thing. So I show up, knock on the door, and the door gets opened by the guy who would become my boss at the time, Rob. Was it Rob? Fuck, I don't even remember. But he literally, he went like, opened the door and was like, I scared the shit out of him, and he was like, oh God. And he told this story drunkenly at the spring thaws and fall freezes every time he saw me. He would tell everyone around him that he had been the visionary who opened the door, saw me, and was like, oh hell, I've hired a biker. And still allowed me to work for the company, and it turned out I was smart. After all, even though I'm ugly and stupid, I was smart. That was actually like the soundtrack of my career. The number of people who've been like, I always thought you'd be an idiot, but you're like, not. And I saw through that. I allowed myself to take a chance on you, you big dumb shit. And it turned out I was right. Aren't I a brilliant mind? And I'm just like, oh, that's super cool that you would tell me this story. Don't judge a book by its cover. Sage advice most of us don't follow. Yes, absolutely. And I mean, I'm the same way. I will look at people who look like me and cut them a lot more slack instinctively. And by look like me, I mean like, punks in the community, or sorry, in the corporate world. I see somebody with tattoos. Even though these days everyone has fucking tattoos, it's still like in my head I'm like, oh, one of us. And then I find out like, no, you're a dude, bro, and I hate you. I worked with an operator who always wore long sleeve shirts and he had tattoos back in the day. You just didn't show that kind of difference. Yeah. It wasn't that long ago that if you worked for IBM, you wore your blue suit. And that was that. Have you guys ever heard of the IBM songbook? This is a thing. Let's bring it up. We're going to bring up the IBM songbook because I figure why the hell not? So, jump over here. Where's my window? There it is. Okay, so Google. Good news. My passwords are stored safely. Got it, thanks. Fucking idiots. IBM songbook. You can get it in PDF. Here it is. The IBM songbook. So, Fellowship Songs of International Business Machines Corporations. This is partial reproduction of the 1935 edition of Songs of the IBM. The tabulating division. This is like, for 35 years, the gatherings and conventions of our IBM workers have expressed in happy songs the fine spirit of loyal cooperation and good fellowship, which has promoted the signal success of our great IBM Corporation in its truly international services for the betterment of business and benefit to mankind. I appreciate in appreciation of the able and inspiring leadership of our beloved president, Mr. Toss J. Watson, and our unmatchable staff of IBM. Keep in mind, like 1935, this is when they were like starting to really fund the Nazis. And our unmatchable staff of IBM executives, and in recognition of the noble aims and purposes of our international service and products, this 1935 edition of IBM Song solicits your vocal approval by hearty cooperation in our song fests at our conventions and fellowship gathering. Yours in international service, Harry S. Evans. My country, tears of... Okay, this is just the Star Spangled Banner shit. The IBM rally song written especially for the IBM Corporation called Ever Onward. I'm gonna ASMR this, if I can. I got my fucking microphone all screwed. Now, you know what? I'm just gonna go like this. There's a thrill in store for all, for we're about to toast the corporation that we represent. We're here to cheer each pioneer and also proudly boast of that man of men, our sterling president. The name of T.J. Watson means a courage none can stem, and we feel honored to be here to toast the IBM. What the shit is that? For real. This is the industry I chose. Let's see. We don't pretend we're gay. We're always feel that way because we're filling the world with sunshine. With IBM machines, we've got the finest means for painting the clouds with sunshine. From painting the clouds with sunshine. That sounds entirely IBM-ful, so I can only assume that is entirely accurate. A lot of people don't realize, like, this was a thing. They would write songs for companies, and you would sing those songs and be moved. Songs like that's an interesting. I went to my mom's church. I've been to my mom's church a bunch of times. Obviously, I'm a sinner. I'm a heathen. I'm an atheist. I have no truck with the Jesus. But my mom is she's got a beautiful voice. She actually has a degree in music, and her voice was her instrument. So the only place that she sings nowadays is in church. So if I was in town and she had a solo at the church, of course I'm going to go and watch her sing and support the piss out of her. But I always was amazed at how little the world understands. So you get in, and they're now going to a much more evangelical style church. It's not like all the way evangelical. They're not holding snakes or talking about how Trump is the son of man. But it is more evangelical than I'm comfortable with. And evangelical churches, like, so I grew up in the United Church. The United Church was very like, you know, the songs were all like, you know, onward Christian soldiers marching off to war. And that was the amount of energy they gave. And then fucking evangelicals came along and they were like, let's do Christian contemporary rock, bruh. Let's write all these songs. And they have these amazing, like, cool sounding songs. And you sing them and the song lyrics are all like, Jesus, I'm such a piece of shit. I don't know how you can love me, Jesus, but you do 'cause you're so fucking awesome, God. Even though I don't need your love 'cause I don't deserve it 'cause I'm a giant piece of shit. And no, I've never been to a black church. But I imagine it's similar to what I'm talking about. The evangelicals love to start like half an hour of singing songs, and all the songs are written in the tenor range. So you're singing at the high point of your voice for a guy, and as I thought, well, the high point of your voice, no matter who you are. Why is that? Is there a reason why people don't write for baritone or bass? Baritone being, I would assume, the most common male voice range. Baritone is that sort of in between tenor and bass. And the upper tenor range is really difficult for most people. Means you need to support a lot with a lot of breath. You're using a lot of breath. You're holding a lot of high notes. You're essentially creating a scenario for hyperventilation. And then, half an hour later, you start feeling the Lord, don't you? The Lord is in you. You can feel him. It's not hyperventilating, it's the Lord. I assure you, it was Jesus touched you in the head like that. It's fucking weird to me. And yeah, like that, the idea that like let's start our day with a whimsical song about our IBM overlords. Like what the actual fuck? On a different note, this is why I hate Spirit in the Sky. It's shit. You know what though? I once recorded a cover of Spirit in the Sky. True story. I can play it for you if you want to hear it. What happened was I have a friend whose name is Fuck Amber. Fuck Amber is Fuck Amber because she's married to Fuck Kevin. And Fuck Kevin got his name because he's in the Tourette's and he was always late and they were like, Fuck Kevin. So he's Fuck Kevin. So Fuck Amber's mom died. And her mom's like favorite song in the whole wide wonky world was Spirit in the Sky. And so as a tribute, we, sort of last minute, I got together myself on bass. Jesse, who was the guitar player for several of the bands I was in, he was on guitar. Sean Raven on vocals from Jacobs of fame. And Raffi and Fitz. Fitz was on drums and Raffi's background vocals. We all did background vocals. And we recorded Spirit in the Sky like in a night. Fitzy had never even heard it, and yet we recorded it. And it actually came out pretty good, and they played it at the funeral, which I thought was pretty badass. Jesus touched me and you through our priest many, many times. Fuck the Pope. I was watching Ari Shafir has a new stand-up special that's up on YouTube for free called Jew, because he's a Jew, and don't come after me with the anger because he made his thing named Jew. There's a line in it that I think is absolutely amazing. He's talking about how he's been making fun of the Catholic Church for the child sex scandals for like years. And he's like, I'm doing a show one night, and this guy I know, something or other, is in the show, and I made a joke about Catholic priests, and afterwards he was really upset. He's like, Ari, what do we have to do to get you to stop making those jokes about the Catholic Church? And I was like, one thing. Like, just the one thing. Stop raping children. Like, maybe what you could do is, like, spend the next, 60 years only raping adults. And then maybe no rape at all. Like, it's weird that you have a scenario where the step in the right direction is only raping adults. Like, what the I loved it. I thought it was hilarious. Fuck the Pope, fuck the church, fuck everybody and their kitty diddling fingers. It's a thing. I remember we did a Regurgitones show. We did a couple of them where we went as it was a faith healing. So this is back when I used to shave my head. I actually grew hair just so I could shave male pattern baldness into it. And I had like a badly fitting suit, and we pretended to be evangelicals, and we did like Holy Communion with Wonder Bread and boxed wine and all sorts of shit. And then Mikey Bastard was the guitarist, and he would have a little testimonial moment where he'd be like, I was feeling lost, and then I went to, what was my name? Father Todd Hagrid. Went to Father Todd, and he laid his hands all over me, and I felt the Holy Spirit. It was terrible and brilliant, and I loved it. Yeah, because apparently, there's nothing funny about the church except for the fact that whole history of being horrible and awful, but pretending to be good. That's the thing I think that makes it so uncomfortably funny, is like, you guys are supposed to be pious. You guys are supposed to be good. And yet every fucking time, someone's touching kids. Can we just not? That'd be cool. Wow, I don't know how we got here. We started off talking about Y2K and then got into the IBM songbook, and now I'm a kitty diddling. So it's a journey. Life is maybe the real treasure was the friends we made along the way. Maybe that's the thing. Which is funny because I actually had a just in the middle of the morning today, a thought popped into my head, and I was like, I should make an image that's just like a picture of Andrew Tate. I don't know if you guys know who Andrew Tate is, but he's one like very toxic right-wing dude bro, like, you know what you need is bitches. One of those guys, just a fucking filthy shit, and apparently is a child trafficking pimp as well. But of course we don't stop him from having a platform. That's just silly talk. And he's quite popular in right-wing circles and in the like incel guys circles and shit like that. And I was just like, you know, I had this like image in my head of like the image of Andrew Tate's face, and in beautiful like golden font it would say like, if child trafficking is wrong, then I don't want to be right. Andrew Tate. It made me happy. The funny thing is, I don't find it funny that child trafficking exists, but you can't not laugh because it's that or cry or go commando, and I don't have a gun, and I'm not really a crier. All right, you know what? It's probably a good time now that I've descended into the depths of hell. It's probably a good time for me to take a little pause, go for a quick break, and then I will come back and we will do more of the stuff that we do. And what'll I leave you with? Let's find a good speech by, who's a good speaker that I think you would get something out of. Happy smoke time, Mr. G. Oh, I don't smoke cigarettes. That's horrible. Let's see if there's a good Obama speech. Obama. Is this the whole speech? Yeah, okay. Well, that's what we'll do. Declaration of Independence for the Internet.
In 2004.
Oh, that was a thing, wasn't it? That was, oh yeah. Declaration of Independence for Internet. John Perry Barlow. All right, we're gonna play that, and hopefully I don't get like in trouble for it. But if I do, I don't really care. Is it gonna have music behind it? Because if it doesn't, I'm gonna add mine. Well, I think we're okay. Okay, I'm not putting the video up.
A Declaration of the Independence of Cyberspace.
Okay.
As written by John Perry Barlow at the World Economic Forum.
I will be right back.
In Davos, Switzerland on February 8th, 1996. Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. We have no elected government, nor are we likely to have one, so I address you with no greater authority than that with which liberty itself always speaks. I declare the global social space we are building to be naturally independent of the tyrannies you seek to impose on us. You have no moral right to rule us, nor do you possess any methods of enforcement we have true reason to fear. Governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. You have neither solicited nor received ours. We did not invite you. You do not know us, nor do you know our world. Cyberspace does not lie within your borders. Do not think that you can build it as though it were a public works project. You cannot. It is an act of nature, and it grows itself through our collective actions. You have not engaged in our great and gathering conversation, nor did you create the wealth of our marketplaces. You do not know our culture, our ethics, or the unwritten codes that already provide our society more order than could be obtained by any of your external impositions. You claim there are problems among us that you need to solve. You use this claim as an excuse to invade our precincts. Many of these problems don't exist. Where there are real conflicts, where there are wrongs, we will identify them and address them by our means. We are forming our own social contract. This governance will arise according to the conditions of our world, not yours. Our world is different. Cyberspace consists of transactions, relationships, and thought itself, arrayed like a standing wave in the web of our communications. Ours is a world that is both everywhere and nowhere, but it is not where bodies live. We are creating a world that all may enter without privilege or prejudice accorded by race, economic power, military force, or station of birth. We are creating a world where anyone, anywhere, may express his or her beliefs, no matter how singular, without fear of being coerced into silence or conformity. Your legal concepts of property, expression, identity, movement, and context do not apply to us. They are based on matter. There is no matter here. Our identities have no bodies, so unlike you, we cannot obtain order by physical coercion. We believe that from ethics, enlightened self-interest, and the common weal, our governance will emerge. Our identities may be distributed across many of your jurisdictions. The only law that all of our constituent cultures would generally recognize is the Golden Rule. We hope we will be able to build our particular solutions on that basis. But we cannot accept the solutions you are attempting to impose. In the United States, you have today created a law, the Telecommunications Reform Act, which repudiates your own Constitution and insults the dreams of Jefferson, Washington, Mill, Madison, de Tocqueville, and Brandeis. These dreams must now be born anew in us. You are terrified of your own children, since they are natives in a world where you will always be immigrants. Because you fear them, you entrust your bureaucracies with the parental responsibilities you are too cowardly to confront yourselves.
All right, I am back. That was interesting. I was listening and it made me happy. Honestly, made me think of like the Anarchist Manifesto and all of those types of things, or Anonymous, all of the things that, we read as young men and went, ooh, I feel inspired to become a dangerous thought criminal, which is why I got sedition tattooed on my arm. Not a tattoo that's aged well, given the U.S. Yay. I have permanence. Not object permanence, but regular kind of permanence. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about Danielle Smith. I'm probably not going to talk long about Danielle Smith, but I didn't address directly the comment that old Danielle made about the poor unvaxxers. A while back, Danielle Smith made some comment about how the unvaccinated were the most discriminated against group that she had ever seen. Now, I want you to know, I believe her. Let me explain. I don't think she knows anyone who's not a middle or upper class white person. So I would be stunned if she's ever actually directly seen anyone go through any kind of actual discrimination. There. There. Okay, my mic was being weird. I'd be stunned if she actually, saw anyone go through any kind of discrimination. I would be stunned if she ever deemed to speak to the poors, unless it was during a photo opportunity of some kind. And I don't think that, like, researching Canadian history feels like something that, from what I know about her, she would have done. Or if she did it, she'd be reading it from a very, very particular Ezra Levanti kind of slant. I just think she's telling the truth when she says this. Are the unvaccinated discriminated against? Absolutely not. Far the fuck from it. But I believe her when she says that she doesn't know better, because pretty much any topic Danielle Smith speaks on and says, I don't know any better, I believe her. Because I don't think she knows a whole fuck of a lot about nothing, except how to promote the idea that cigarettes are good. Yeah. Just, what is that oppression that she thinks? What does that look like? Well, it was the fact that people couldn't, like, go to the Rickies for brunch and not show their vaccine passport, or wear a face diaper. Like, literally, it was the wine bar discrimination that yeah, I could see that being the worst she's ever experienced, and the worst that anyone she knows had ever experienced, because she doesn't need to know anything about the world around her. And this is my fearless leader. I'm so very happy. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to say about Danielle Smith. I had a whole screed in mind, but it really boiled down to that. I was like, the fact is, she doesn't know people who are actually discriminated against. She probably feels like a champion of oppression because she has the woman bits and has managed to make a successful career as a politician. Which, don't get me wrong, there is some truth to that, absolutely. She owns it. She owns what? People, I could see, but I don't think she owns people, but I wouldn't be surprised. I've heard her say, this is what I know many times. Yeah, this is what I know, right? Anytime someone says, this is what I know, what they're doing typically is expressing an opinion that has no basis in fact, and then simply going, well, this is my perspective, and I know it to be true because I've experienced it, and therefore it must be, right? Those people who are like, why is my phone suddenly deciding that I was Google searching things? It was weird. Those people who are like, there's a lot more transes now than there ever was. I'm like, well, probably not, dude. Probably the same number, but they're just more able to exist. Maybe your experience isn't all the things. I.e. from her perspective as opposed to educated or informed. If there's one thing I would never accuse our fearless leader, Danielle Smith, of being, it is educated or informed. I guess the most recent thing, I saw her something about how she wants to essentially make everybody have a health account that they can utilize instead of having, like, health services for things. So you have a health account and your, like, GP visits go to out of the health account and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, it's so cool that we're still talking about privatizing healthcare. I love that we live in a world where public healthcare is so demonized by so many who benefit from it. Don't tell me Danielle Smith has never spent a night in the hospital. I'm sure she has. And I'm sure she didn't kick in tips. I'm pretty sure she just allowed the system to work for her. But when people like me come along and we don't have riches and luxury and the backing of successful corporations like the Fraser Institute, all of a sudden, we're the ones that are fucked. But again, I don't think she sees that in the same way that you or I see it. I think that in her mind, I should just make better choices. right? If I want to have access to healthcare, well, I should just, prioritize that in my budget. And the idea that doing so is not possible just doesn't cross her mind. Now, in my case, because of the luck of a variety of privileges that shine down upon me, plus my own hard work to go along with those, I could afford to deal with paying for healthcare. But I have a lot of people in my universe who couldn't. And that's not okay. This is old but still very relevant and hasn't aged in terms of concepts and protection of our healthcare system one little bit. Take a look when you have a minute. I think you'll like it. Well, let's take a look at it now. Ooh, it's a Google Drive link. All right. Where are we going here? Copy the link. I'm going to bring it up in the window just to see what it is. Sacred Trust or Political Football, a Citizen's Guide to Healthcare. Let's take a look. Oh, I pushed the fade button, but I didn't have my browser tab open. Now we can do that. Okay. Sacred Trust or Political Football, a Citizen's Guide to Canadian Healthcare. Who's it by? Doreen Barry, Department of Political Science, University of Calgary. And again, it's always important to get our medical advice from political scientists. I thought about writing a guide on healthcare some time ago, but other priorities intervened. When I heard CBC Radio's Michael Enright talking to Roy Romanow about his report on the future of healthcare a few weeks ago, I felt it was time to stop procrastinating. Because, as you know, procrastination is like masturbation. Either way, you're only fucking yourself. Healthcare is the single most important issue for Canadians, and because it would clearly be an election issue, I decided to take a stab at demystifying it for the general reader. There are many scholars specializing in health policy whose credentials in the field are far more impressive than mine. Like any? My modest contribution is to shed some light on the political dimensions of this very important public policy, because political decisions will decide its fate. To say the subject is complex is an understatement, and once I begin, I realized how daunting the task was. I must confess to feeling uncomfortable about boiling down reams of information into a short booklet. It just doesn't do justice to a complex, multifaceted topic, but I hope it will inspire some of you to pursue the matter further. Anyways, that was Doreen Barry. Citizens see themselves as owners, investors, and stakeholders. They expect to be engaged in deciding how healthcare choices are made. I don't disagree with that. I'm assuming that this is like why privatization is good. So the economic arguments. There's a growing body of evidence that for-profit healthcare is more expensive, less efficient, and less effective than publicly funded or not-for-profit healthcare. Yet these facts are not widely known. Nor do people know that, what am I saying? She may be from Calgary, but she ain't what you think in this one. Oh, so this is like an actual good take. I should change my voice then, stop being so mocking. Is this am I reading, or am I assuming wrong that this is actually an evidence-based look at healthcare? This is an actual person who gets it. Okay. That's fair. I should be more charitable. I just assumed immediately, because we were talking about Danielle Smith, that it was going to be like, a lot of people think healthcare is important, but not for the poors. Why should I, a rich person, have to make sure that your pancreatitis gets dealt with? I mean, what even is a pancreas? I probably don't even have one. But yeah, wrong assumption. I'll own that. So let's take a look. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but let's look at the economic arguments and use your critical eyes as usual. But for this one, there is a population in the province who aren't con assets. I think she's one. I hope so too, because yeah, the reality is that like this is a fucking province that is rock hard at the idea of getting rid of public health care. And the more we elect people like Danielle Smith, who we did not elect, admittedly, the more likely a scenario this becomes. So there's a growing body of evidence that for-profit healthcare is more expensive, less efficient, and less effective than publicly funded or not-for-profit healthcare. Yet these facts are not widely known, nor do people know that economists have come to the conclusion that standard economic models do not apply to healthcare, that it is considered an example of market failure. When shopping for appliances or vehicles, a consumer has an opportunity to weigh price, quality, and performance. Consumer guides can be utilized to help in the decision-making process. Healthcare does not fit into this mold. It is in a category of its own. This is why I'm always saying, like, healthcare isn't an industry, it's a service. And we have to think of it as a service. Page 6, the evidence is a good starting point for today. Oh, okay. Well, let's just jump to the evidence then. There's a great deal of evidence that can be cited, but I will mention 4 that highlight the advantages of not-for-profit care, cited in Ratchlist 2004, 294 to 287. The 2003 article in the New England Journal of Medicine by Harvard Medical School physician S. Woolhandler, T. Campbell, and S. U. Himmelstein found that the U.S. system spends 3.5 times what it costs in Canada for administration because resources are devoted to screening out sick people ineligible for insurance, denying claims, and fighting appeals. I love that point. Just the concept of it, the amount of wasted administration. Because that's what the conservatives here always talk about is our disgusting amount of administrative waste, which is bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. The Alberta Health Services fucking struggles. But that never stopped them from making up facts. 2002 study led by Dr. P.J. Devereaux, a McMaster University cardiologist, was published in the Canadian Medical Association Journal. It looked at studies comparing mortality rates in for-profit and non-for-profit hospitals. They discovered that the mortality rate in for-profit hospitals was 2% higher for adults and 10% higher for infants than in non-profit facilities. Researchers estimated that if all Canadian hospitals were converted to for-profit status, there would be 2,200 deaths per year as a result. The likely cause, fewer staff and or less well-trained staff. Oh, that sounds actually 100% fucking on the money. A 2002 paper by Devereaux's group, published in the Journal of American Medical Association, looked at for-profit and non-profit dialysis care in the U.S. They found that the mortality rate was 8% higher in for-profit facilities and that they had fewer and less well-trained staff. In addition, patients were dialyzed for less time and with lower doses of key medications. It's estimated that there are 2,500 premature deaths annually in such for-profit clinics in the U.S. Another 1999 study by Woolhandler and Himmelstein addressed the issue of quality of care. Published in the Journal of American Medical Association, the research found that for-profit health maintenance organizations, HMOs, rated lower on all 14 quality indicators. They estimated an increase of almost 6,000 breast cancer deaths a year if all HMOs were for-profit. With respect to efficiency, a single-payer system obviously requires less administration than one in which several hospitals and several insurance companies are involved. There are other reasons why one would expect for-profit hospitals to be more expensive. Taft and Stewart, from 2000, page 63, lists 6 reasons why private hospitals would be more expensive than their public counterpoints. Investors expect profits annually. Dadoy. Management personnel must devote time to activities other than their core business to defend against takeovers, corporate filings, and security requirements and bill collections. Incentives and stock options drive up costs. There's excessive equipment and facilities are underused because providers must compete with each other. Expensive marketing campaigns are required. Private facilities must pay income taxes and property taxes. Another point that must be made is that governments can get much more favorable terms than a private investor when they have to borrow money. Consequently, it would be much more economical for taxpayers if governments financed hospital construction directly. Before 1971, pardon me, when Canada established comprehensive public health care insurance, we were spending the same as the U.S. on a per capita basis. By the late 80s, the gap had widened considerably, with Americans spending $450 per capita more than we do. In addition, Canada spends about 9% of GNP on healthcare annually, compared to 14% in the U.S. In the face of such evidence, it is obvious that there is more at work than a simple cost-benefit analysis. What clouds the debate is the collision of two viewpoints. On the one hand, there are people who strongly believe that the private sector is superior to any public organization. On the other, there are many people who are philosophically opposed to reducing healthcare to the status of a commodity. The economic case for privatization is weak, but the information presented above is not known to a majority of the population. The battle is therefore waged in the political arena, and it is to this aspect of the debate we now turn. And then there's the politics of healthcare. I'm going to put a hold on continuing to read that, and I'll leave it to you guys to say in the chat thing if you want me to continue with the politics side. While we do that, I will say this much. A business will always run more efficiently than a government agency. I will not argue that fact. I have worked in both business and government, and it is probably true. But the ways that government overspends are around service and are around quality. And these are things we actually want. They're good. When we're talking about cutting costs, we're not talking about like cutting access to services. We're talking about paying people less because capitalism does what capitalism does. We're talking about less effective training. We're talking about contractors instead of employees to save on all of those non-taxable benefits and all the other crap. We're talking about all of the things that you can do to shave off $1. And I don't want that in my healthcare. It's not that we have this administrative class that's, chock full of just stupid amounts of money and they're just making it rain all day. That's ridiculous. We've had like 80 years of conservatives cutting the costs of the budgets of healthcare systems. There's no fucking space left to cut. I'm good with continuing or not. Either way, if folks don't mind, keep rolling. This is timely, especially with UCP and DS. Yeah, you know what? Let's look at the politics side. Again, reading from this document called Sacred Trust or Political Football, and it's about Citizens Guide to Canadian Healthcare. What's more expensive, unhealthy people who can't afford healthcare or healthy people to an economy? And that is a thing. It's the same, it comes down to the same argument as, do we spend money housing the homeless, those filthy poors, or do we spend money housing them in prisons and penalizing them and creating bigger problems? Because we spend a lot more money on things like the prison system than we do on things like a universal basic income. But that's just silly talk, isn't it? Just silly. The politics of healthcare. There are two reasons why healthcare is political. First, public policy is ideally anchored in what people value, and if there is to be a change, people have to be convinced the change is necessary. The campaign to convince them of this need is intensely political. Secondly, Medicare is paid for through the public purse, and 14 different governments are involved. As Canadians cling tenaciously to a healthcare model that, despite its many problems, still delivers high-quality care, even opponents have backed off from recommending that a parallel private system be established. The debate has shifted ground, and the argument being made is that the CHA doesn't apply to delivery. Why can't we expand the role of private providers who still contract with governments to provide services? The studies mentioned above demonstrate some of the consequences of for-profit medicine, but there are other factors to take into consideration. So I'm going to just quickly interject here. You always hear that argument. You always hear, well, why can't we supplement the existing public healthcare system that's free for everybody? And why don't we supplement that with a bigger, stronger private system? MRI clinics are a great example of this. You wait forever to get access to an MRI, but you could have private clinics that offer that service. And then it allows the rich to queue jump maybe a little bit, but at the same time, they then are pulled out of that queue, and poor people can get access to MRIs quicker. It's a win-win. Only it's not. You want to know how to actually make the wait times for MRIs less? Invest money in your healthcare system and buy more MRI machines. Then you're not having an unfair situation where rich people get access and poor people still have to wait. And the more that you privatize in those kinds of ways, the more credibility you give to people about, well, maybe for profit ain't so shabby, right? Let's just say we said tomorrow, okay, we're going to allow, in every major center, we're going to allow 3, 5, whatever MRI companies, and all they will do is provide MRIs and do it at a profit cost model, so that if you don't want to wait in the lineup, you can just go to this clinic and get your MRI, and bada boom, bada bing, Bob's your uncle. Yay. Sounds great. What happens is 2 years down the road, we go, see, wasn't that effective? didn't that make the system better? In fact, isn't there more that we can privatize to make the system better? An MRI, people aren't going to die from getting access to an MRI unless it's accessing them by falling on their head. But the other things, the diabetes clinics, any number of other scenarios that you can think of that you could have little pockets of private industry, that's where the deaths happen. Supplement with private equals vampires sucking the lifeblood. Yeah, oh fuck, absolutely. And it's a means to an end. It's like when you allow private schools and then you start to defund public education. You go, look, private schools are doing so much better. I wonder why. It must be because they're private. Can't possibly be that because we're destroying the public education sector. Maybe we should all put our kids in private. Maybe that's better. Or charter schools. This is it's a thing that they fucking do, and they're awful fucking good at it. All right, I shall continue. The proposal to allow private delivery while retaining a single-payer system is superficially attractive. However, there are a number of problems that might result from such a move. Medical professionals are already in short supply, and if there is competition for their services, it's quite likely that it will exacerbate the problem. If these individuals practice in public facilities as well as private practices, there will be an irresistible temptation to steer patients to the latter to avoid the waiting list. We call that a conflict of interest. This happens routinely in two-tier systems in Britain and Australia. Private contractors will cherry-pick the procedures they wish to perform, choosing those that are quick and easy and leaving the more complicated, expensive ones to be done in public facilities. Wow, passing on the savings to the people. Specialized units would typically not be equipped to deal with medical emergencies. Patients who run into trouble would therefore be shipped off to public hospitals with fully equipped emergency facilities. The taxpayer will have to pick up the tab. This is one of the things that I have against like home births and that kind of shit, and midwifery and all of that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying those things are evil or bad, but they're only part of the equation of a successful, healthy birth in some cases. My eldest child would have died had it not been for medical intervention during the birth, and it was legitimately during the birth. She had a very tiny umbilical cord, and that umbilical cord had looped around her throat. And we didn't know, except for the fact she had that little thinger-doodad on her head, little wire thing coming out of my ex-wife's hoo-hoo that was keeping tabs on her heart rate. Every time a push came, her heart stopped. You can't do that for long. And the doctor was able to see that, react to it, no freezing, no nothing, grabbed the scissors and gave her an episiotomy right then and there with just cut. And it was a fucking horrible noise. I will fucking tell you right now, if I live my entire life and never hear that again, I'll be okay. But that saved my child's life. If it had been a natural birth, my child would have been a natural death. That's a thing that I weigh very heavily when I think about these kinds of topics. And not being in a hospital, if we were doing the home birth thing or in a midwifery clinic or something, like, you don't have time to react. That's the thing. If you're talking about like a clinic doing some kind of supplemental healthcare component, some piece over here, like let's just say you have a cancer treatment private clinic, and you go in and you get your nuclear medicine and you sit in the weird room and you drip, drip, drip for a few hours and then you go home. But when there is a medical problem, you have to react to that. And that reaction, according to the paragraph that we just read, is going to involve a trip to the hospital on the public taxpayer dime, because that's the only way you can do it. In order to ensure that we're getting value for money, governments will have to monitor and oversee facilities to ensure compliance with regulations. At a time when deregulation is the norm, it is unrealistic to expect governments to commit the resources necessary for adequate oversight of perhaps dozens of private healthcare clinics. The cost of monitoring would likely cancel out any savings. Very valid point. This is one of the things people never really seem to talk about, is when you start to say, okay, well, we're going to, just privatize, there has to be monitoring facilities, right? There are agencies that monitor private industry when there are regulations involved, and healthcare would have to be one of those. It's a good thing to have that monitoring, and we see how that looks, especially looking at our neighbors to the southerly. You know, when was the last time that any of those agencies were effectively funded to do a job of evaluating and assessing the quality of service? The degree of transparency can be severely curtailed on grounds of commercial confidentiality. Private organizations are not anxious to open their books to public scrutiny. And then there are NAFTA and WTO implications when something like healthcare, provided as a social service by governments, is opened up to competition. I'm less worried about the NAFTA World Trade Organization shit. Like, I mean, I don't know what those things would be, but certainly that's a thing. You know, that those who are in the know on this would probably, you know, better be able to speak to. So why do we talk about privatization, right? It's clearly not in our best interests. As far as I understand, public health care is actually like a source of national pride here in Canada. It's a thing that we consider important to the Canadian character, that we look after our sick. I always say you can judge a society, you can judge anyone by their actions and their deeds. Sorry, their words and their deeds. Please clue in the U.S. on healthcare. Private healthcare sucks. It absolutely fucking does. Hey, James Bond, good to see you, my friend. All lonely over there on YouTube. No, I'm with you on that. But you can judge a society by how it treats the people who are most in need, right? The poors, the people who are at the lower rungs of economic viability, the sick, the elderly, all of that shit. I would throw veterans in there as another example. And if we talk a good game, but we don't actually provide healthcare that suitably helps them, then we're a selfish society, just fucking by default. And if we don't want to be a selfish society, then we have to do things that are selfless. Seems a thing. I don't know why that's hard, but apparently it is. The idea of an Americanized healthcare system here in Canada literally makes my scrotum tight. Like, my boys just shrivel. I got no interest whatsoever. And to me, it's like massively problematic. And this is the thing that I find so fascinating, is we're talking all the time, especially these days, inflation is the big issue, right? The 2022 primaries just happened, and one of the big things that people talked about in terms of what the people are looking for is answers to the problem of inflation, which is hilarious, because like your fucking local congressperson's gonna stop inflation from happening. That's just dumb. I would not look to Danielle Smith and say, hey, Danielle, as Premier of Alberta, how are you going to stop inflation? That's not a possibility. That's not a thing. That would be like me saying, hey, Justin Trudeau, as Prime Minister of Canada, how are you going to make the sky less blue? It ain't on him. They have some small amount of control in terms of things within the local sphere of influence, right? They can do some small amount of effort, but it's not going to make a whole lot of a difference. Inflation is a global issue, not a civic or municipal or provincial or even federal issue. But we talk about it. And that's where healthcare is actually going to be like a really scary. So keep in mind, Alberta has an election next year. If I'm not mistaken, it's March or May of next year that we're going to be doing, heading to the polls. And I guarantee you, Danielle Smith is going to trot out a lot of what are essentially tired old arguments, but will be rebranded and presented in flashy new ways to describe why we need to cut the fuck out of all of our public health systems and our public education systems and any public spending. That's gonna happen. And a lot of people are gonna hear that and are gonna go, yeah, inflation is already so high. Why am I spending so much money on taxes? Because I'm not getting anything for my money. I never get sick. I'm not on unemployment, blah, 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 blah. The shit they always say. The answer is, this is all a distraction tactic, right? In the U.S. right now, they're much more big on culture war. This is why I wanted to talk about the culture war in today's little stream. Because it's nothing but a distraction. right? What's the biggest issue people are facing? Well, in the States right now, there's two big issues: inflation and abortion. So what are we talking about? Trans people, the gays. Like, thank fuck we stopped talking about CRT, but that's still probably a thing that happens quite a bit. We're talking about culture war bullshit because it makes people not think about the important stuff, right? A story old as time, the race bribe, etc. Oh, hell yeah, right? The whole concept of it ain't new, and it ain't cool. No hope for the Nate. Good to see you, my friend. It's like we're back in 2002. It's like we're back in every fucking year ever. This is the thing. None of this is new. Ralph Klein, his massive cuts to healthcare here in Alberta, those were essentially new because previously Lougheed had not had that attitude towards healthcare. That's why here in Calgary we have a Peter Lougheed Hospital. He was a conservative leader, but he was one who understood that there was a necessity for a public healthcare system. Klein came in and immediately just slashed the fuck. I think it was like 300 and some billion from public education and hundreds of billions of dollars from hospitals. And our wait times went up, and everyone went, "Oh, our wait times are long." And he was like, "Right? Why are we even paying for fucking wait times? We should privatize." That seems like a good idea. Yeah, progressive conservatives, giant fucking quotes. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, this is an old timey conversation. Keep in mind that this goes back well into, like, the New Deal was about, no, we actually have to pay for things when we're in trouble. We have to spend government money to get through the hard times. We're always in hard times because capitalism is nothing but a spiral of good time and hard time, good time and hard time, good time and hard time. That's what capitalism do. And that's the system we're in. Fine, fuck it, whatever. But, like, let's not be shocked that there's going to be public spending. Because if you don't do that, you fuck the people and you end up failing. That's why you hear people talking about, is this the dying days of capitalism? Are these the final embers of a burning dream of greatness by Adam Smith, who, for the record, did not describe anything like what we currently have? Feels like people have a 3 news cycle memory nowadays. Makes you crazy if you've been around for more than a couple years and remember stuff. Abso-fucking-lutely. Right? This is the whole thing about my politics of pro wrestling mumble that I do, where I talk about, like, people forget immediately, right? Paul Martin was Jean Chrétien's right-hand man. Absolutely, 100% his right-hand man. And then all of a sudden, the government's gonna have Chrétien step down because he's getting old. He's gonna retire. And what do? Into the ring comes a big, strong-chested Paul Martin, slams a chair over Jean Chrétien's head, and is like, "Enough is enough, and it's time. There's a new sheriff in town. Let me tell you, brother, we're gonna change the way this works. We're gonna put the people first." And the crowd's like, "Yay! I know his name." That's all it takes, right? We don't know anything anymore, and Google has made that fucking worse. Net positive, don't get me wrong, I'm not doing the Luddite game, but it's a fucking net positive to be like, hey, we should know things, and instead we have the ability to look things up. Anyone who's good at a thing knows how to do large chunks of it without having to look things up. Those who suck at a thing can Google it and get it accomplished, right? I made microwave poached eggs on the weekend. I've poached an egg in my time, not very many, but I have done it, but never in a microwave. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And the girl I was with was like, let's have poached eggs. And I was like, we're going to have eggs Benedict. And I was like, yeah, cool. And so I just hit up the old YouTube, and it was like, step 1, crack the egg. Step 2, open the cracked egg into a appropriate vestibule, like a dish. Step 3, put in some water and some salt. Step 4, microwave, 1 minute. Press start. Beep. And they were fucking good. And they made delightful eggs Benedict. It's good that I can look things up that I don't know how to do, but it's bad that so many people don't bother knowing things as a result. And yeah, like the whole idea of we have 3 news cycles to keep people's attention. Like, damn. And that's why I was laughing about the timing of the January 6th inquiry, because I was like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it took them some time to prepare and all that kind of stuff, but it was not at all a shock to me that it would suddenly be like massive TV event right before the midterms. Ain't that a pip? Danielle Smith is going to leverage all of this anti-inflation talk and focus it on the privatization of public services. That is her script. There's a woman who left the progressive conservatives during Ed Stelmach because they weren't economically, fiscally conservative enough. He was like, hey, the system is literally dying after Ralph Klein. I should throw a couple, like, here's $50, like, get a new something. And she's like, nah, we got to leave this guy. He's just spending. He's a spendocrat. I will burn for this, but I miss progressive conservatives. Compared to what we have, yeah, the progressive conservatives were so much better. Literally, like, people don't understand, Lougheed conservatism was notly NDPism. It was very, very center-right-ish, like just barely on the right-hand side of the economic spectrum. And damned if that wasn't way better than what we've got since then. This whole, like, evangelical Christian, libertarian Tea Party bullshit conservatism is literally going to destroy the world. It's like, if they don't do something better, they're going to fucking tank us. Tank us all. Tank us hard. In our keisters. Nobody wants that. We still do. They're called moderates. Yeah, only they're not. Our moderates are slanting farther and farther to the right. We have actual progressives on the left. We have moderates that are mostly center-right, and more so than I think even the Lougheed era. And then we have the right wing, which is like scary far over to the right and edging further and further. I really hope she doesn't manage to gain any further traction from now till the election in May. Is it May? Yes, May. I hope so too, but I have no faith in that. This is a conservative province. Edmonton as a city is a fairly liberal space, and I don't mean liberal, I mean progressive. Whereas the rest of like the rural is always going to be conservative. I don't know why the fuck rural people always vote conservative, but they always vote conservative. And Calgary is the home of the business side of the province, and we're all fucking in on the conservatism because we're looking for every little break we can get to make more people poor. That's what we do. Ignorance is not bliss. It's thrown on people who know how to do things. Perfect example. Daughter went to fill a gas tank, and because there's overflow holes in gas input, I'm assuming that's a splooshy sploosh image. Yeah, right? It's not knowing isn't a crime, but being punished for not knowing is kind of shitty. Thought she had a hole in the gas tank. She wasn't told because she wasn't told to. Yeah, like if you don't know a thing, you kind of can't be held responsible for it unless you believe that you know a thing just on principle. So, for example, if we had never done the studies on healthcare that we keep talking about here, if we'd never done the studies and you just said, well, on paper, businesses tend to run at a profit and government agencies tend to run at a loss, that's like a valid argument to be had, right? Absolutely. As someone who is the stakeholder in this system, you can make the argument that, like, yeah, maybe it makes sense for us to look at privatization because that private model tends to be a better economic model. But even without doing studies, you can look at, well, how is it that companies make better profits than government? Well, it's simple. The public sector is a net cost always. Private companies save money by cutting corners, right? Like if you look at a TV show like Mad Men, I understand that Mad Men is a fairly accurate depiction of what, life in an office in the 1940s or whatever the fuck it's set in would have been like. In that, it's all dudes, they're all smoking, and that you kind of look at these people and go like, Does anyone work in that company? I believe that is a thing. I believe that, you know, has always historically been, you know, people in positions that really their job is pretty fucking basic from a comparison to what we do today. You look at what we do today, and most of the time, what ends up happening is over the last, 15 years, you started off with a team of 10 people. Now you're down to a team of 3 people, and you're doing the same fucking workload. And you do it because you have to. That's how capitalism saves money, is by cutting. Right? There's an old line from the guy who used to be the head of Petro-Canada, which is an oil company here in Canada. And the line was, you can't shrink to greatness. And I genuinely believe that that is true. And that is why companies will always fuck up and eventually have to spend money that they don't want to spend. Because you simply cannot constantly cut to get a better output. That's what the argument around public and private healthcare is. We spend too much money on public healthcare, so let's start cutting the shit out of it. And if you really think that there's waste at the upper echelons of the healthcare system, after having survived the Ralph Klein years, and the Ed Stelmach years, and the whoever the fuck all else has come since then, like I'm not gonna go through the tirade, but like consecutively, fiscally conservative, libertarian assholes cutting the shit out of those programs. If you think that there's still people at the top of AHS just rolling around in piles of money going, look at me, I have a little $100 bill that I've made look like a Hitler mustache, walkity walkity. You're just on crack. There's nothing there. This is the thing, is it's a distraction tactic. It's meant to confound us and meant to focus us in the wrong direction. I am certain Danielle Smith knows that a private healthcare system has dire ramifications. I'm also certain that Danielle Smith does not give fuck number one. It's not a question of, like that document we were just looking at talks about the increase in mortality rate between for-profit and not-for-profit healthcare centers in the United States, and that difference would, if translated into our system, would result in 22,000 extra deaths a year. That doesn't matter to Danielle. She's not going to know someone who's going to die that way. How many people? 2,200 out of a population of how big we are. What are the odds? Bring on the dead folks. This is the attitude of a conservative. They are content with the idea of, if we save money and some people die, whoops-a-doodle. Ain't that just a pip? Yeah, she's totally going to gain traction. This is the thing. I don't think she's going to have a successful bid. I'm not making a firm promise on that. I feel like we may very well go back to the NDP, which would suit me just fine. But I'm not making any guarantees or any promises. Conservatives have a way of surprising you. And there's like an ingrained chunk of this population who will, no matter what, the Conservative Party could be like, we're going to run on a campaign of setting fire to everyone who makes less than $280,000 a year. And people who make $50,000 a year in the trades would be like, well, I don't like that policy. But one day, I'm going to be making $280,000 a year, no doubt about it. So I guess I'll vote for them because they're going to make sure I get there. It's just, this is the world. It is a stupid world, but it is the world. And so we have to fucking suck it up. Prediction, DS will fuck up some damn thing during the election. No matter how organized and lined up they start, she'll find a way to be an idiot, and Notley will win. That's kind of where my money would go if I was to put some money down on things. Danielle Smith, someone is going to ask an important question, and it'll be something like, hey, say something about Black Lives Matter. And she'll be like, black people are the worst. And then the whole world will be like, oh, you're a giant piece of shit. Oh, sorry. That is very likely. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know how it's going to look, but I do feel like she's not capable enough to get from point A to point B without somehow sticking her entire ass in her mouth. In a world where wrestling and politics seem very similar, I'm tired of getting the Eric Bischoff and Vicky Guerrero of the political world. We need more Teddy Long and Mick Foley's. Absolutely. We need more Owen Harts. We need people who are just good altruistic heroes. And when they have a bad guy turn, it's a good bad guy Trump. Trump? Yeah, Trump doesn't... We're not going there. Do you want me to comment on Trump? I will. Trump is terrible, obviously. We all know Trump is terrible. I think this is a weird growing pain moment for the conservatives in the States. And I think he's going to wind up in a situation. There will be a struggle for power between him and death sentence. And it's going to go bad. We need more Cuban assassins. We probably don't need more Cuban assassins. Probably need more flying Brian Pillmans. What we don't need is more Trumps or more DeSantis's. DeSantis is the shape of the party to come, right? And of conservatism right now in the next form, which is again steadily like edging further towards the fascism. I would say DeSantis is like an almost fascist. He's probably a fascist, but the vibe I have is he's just like dangerous, but perhaps not a fascist. Like I don't know. I feel like he's a fascist, but I'm not sure. Trump is not a fascist. I've called him that many times. I'll admit it. He's not a fascist. He's just a narcissist. And what matters, there's no superior race. There's only a superior Trump. And as long as all glory goes to him, he's happy. This is something that should be a fucking concern. Trump throwing his oversized, sweaty, covered hat in the ring for 2024. First off, 2 fucking years, dude. You're not living that long. And if you are, you're going to have like serious health problems. Trump is just icky poo, yuck, yuck. I'm gonna post a link for you guys in the chat to watch afterwards because it's well worth it. And where am I going here? This is a new Amon Animations video, and I genuinely want all of you to watch it and just enjoy the fuck out of this. I love Amon Animations, and if you're not subscribed, you should do so on the YouTubes. I'll put it in the restream chat so that everyone can see it, even James Bond. And yeah, just it's so Trumpy. It's wonderful. I think his base is turning, but like we saw in his first election, they will wrap around back to him should he win the nomination. I think it's sadly him versus DeSantis. I think today that's the case, but I mean every time it's kind of it's a bit up in the air until you get there. I could see a lot of people in the establishment Conservative Party doing him dirty because they've been cowards about it. I could see this being Ted Cruz's year for all intents and purposes. Not that I want that to happen. You know, the Zodiac Killer should probably not be president. And I know he's not the Zodiac Killer, but look at the pictures. It's so close. It is anybody's fucking game still. We're still 2 years out. Like a year from the actual nomination debates and everything. Like I'm guessing on time because I'm not American. I don't know. Trump is old and tired. And he's only at this point puffing himself up because he feels the need to get the attention again. Do I think that A, he's got a 2-year campaign run in him? No. B, he actually has 4 years ahead of him? No. C, that even his base feel confident in either of those statements being true? No. Right? There's a reason why we're not talking about Bernie running for the Dems, and that's just there's a practical reality that comes with age that eventually it ain't gonna happen. I think DS is similar. She doesn't care what the issue or viewpoint is as long as she gets the love. She'll switch with the win. I don't agree with that, actually. I think she is genuinely one of those, like, I am a conservative through and through, and I will do the conservative things, and I will make the conservative mantra my life. Like, You know, she took a risk to split and join the Wild Rose Party during the Stelmach campaign because she was holding true to her convictions that poors should get nothing. So I don't think I agree with that. I do think she'll waver if the tides are against her, but I don't think she'll do it soon enough. Jim just said Ikipu yuck yuck. Yes, I did. Oh God, fucking Ted Cruz. Trump owned everyone so bad in the 2016 primary. He made for that show, but he's old. I would also add that his shtick isn't evolving, right? When he was talking about Lion Ted Cruz and like he was literally just like insulting all the other people on the panels. And the crowd were like, fuck yeah. And then in his speech, he's like, let me tell you about like the Ron, what was the word he used for DeSantis? I can't remember, but it was like, that's not hitting, dude. You were not winning. You were not winning this argument. His ability to just call people Little Rocket Man isn't that interesting anymore. And it like, you know, people will chuckle, but they won't be like, yeah, he is a little rocket man. So yeah, I'm not sure. He certainly, Trump did absolutely own everybody. Like it was a campaign that Americans had never seen before, but now they've seen it. And I think that's the thing that, sanctimonious, Ron DeSanctimonious, like, oh dude, you didn't even struggle for that. Someone wrote that for you and you should fire that person. Sadly, a better choice than those other two in regards to cult of personality. Cruz is a buffoon, but then again, Trump happened. I would honestly, I think I would be less comfortable with Cruz than I would with Trump, and that is a weird thing to say. Cruz is just a baby-eating monster. There's a difference between actual base and conservative pundits and pop establishment, GOP establishment too. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And Trump's active base is a force to be reckoned with. But the GOP is bigger than Trump. And I don't think they remembered that from 2016 to present. I think they're starting to remember it now with so many people who are GOP establishment and supporters and just general conservatives who are like, that guy sort of sucks. I think like people are starting to go, maybe we need to unhitch the train. It's horrible that once again the Dems have no one that is really a viable option like Bernie was in 2016. But Bernie wasn't a viable option because the Dems wouldn't get behind him, right? We have, like Fetterman would be a great choice, assuming that you know he rehabilitates effectively from the horrible stroke that he just had, would be a great choice. Like it or not, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and large numbers of the what are they called? The squad would be great choices. None of them will get that choice because they're not establishment. The guy that with Pelosi stepping down, she's got the new person who's sort of expected to be the head of the leader of the fucking thing. My brain just emptied. You know what I mean? The new Nancy Pelosi is a young guy. But a young guy who's like literally just gone to town to try and stop the squad every chance he gets. He's just the establishment through and through. That party has a sickness in it, and it will not get better anytime soon. Abrams could do it. Yeah, Abrams would be a phenomenal choice. What's her first name? Shit. My mind is gone. But yeah, Abrams is if I'm thinking of the right person, in case I'm wrong, and I'll own up to it. Stacey Abrams, the woman from Georgia, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to quickly Google that, make sure I'm at least partly somewhere near right. Stacey Abrams, former Georgia State Representative. Who's got the big brain? Hell yeah. Yeah, Abrams would be a fine choice. And Abrams is again, someone who will never get that nod because Abrams speaks progressive words. We don't like those here in the Democratic Party. GOP likes winners, stop winning, and they drop you. True. And the GOP's entire philosophy is win or die. Absolutely. But they stuck with Trump even after the loss because they simply didn't know what to do. I don't think they prepared for the idea that Trump might lose, And when he did lose, rather than putting the blame on him, they waited 2 more years before they even began sniffing around like, maybe this is not our guy. And it's because of the power of Trump's base. And those QAnon foam at the mouth Looney Tune freaks have so much clout right now. Clout right now. Trump's speech was cut off by CNN, and the people who attended the announcement tried to leave, and security kept them there. The best part about it, Trump's speech was also cut off by Fox. Fox News, when he started like, yeah, nobody talks about Angela anymore. Angela, you remember Angela Merkel? You remember? Like, literally, Fox News was like, hey, we're going to go to President Biden doing something slightly less stupid. And, like, his home base, Fox News, cut him the fuck off. Hard as fuck when that happened. I don't know. The problem is the platform is unpopular. They have to hitch their wagon to someone like Trump to get wide appeal. But that's why they're leaning into the culture war, right? They can talk about transes and rile up Trump's base while at the same time presenting DeSantis as a better answer, right? And that's kind of what I'm thinking they're going to do. Yeah, Speaker of the House. That was the word I'm looking for. Al Franken. Yeah, you know what? Franken, I would love it if it was Al Franken in some regards. I don't think that the grievous mistake of his past should be something that would stop him. I would love to see him as a very progressive voice, but that will never happen. Beto O'Rourke, career of losing, right? Great losses, but Beto O'Rourke loses every time in really good, tight, like the fact that he took Ted Cruz for a serious, strong run is everything. Like the guy has some fucking chops, but he is a loser, and that will be how he is presented. He's also a little bit more progressive than I think they like. Pete Buttigieg. Pete will be certainly one of the front runners as far as I'm concerned. Mayor Pete, very establishment, very boring, very I'm gay but I'm sorry, so I guess that's all right. Kind of a flavor in the air. I'm curious, should the Republicans continue to evolve, will the Democratic Party be forced to shift to the stances of their younger representatives over the next decade? I would put more money that, and by evolve you mean snake further to the right, I would put more money that the establishment Dems will continue to push an establishment philosophy that just gets farther and farther to the right, and that eventually groups like the Ocasio-Cortezes and those kinds of folks will end up sort of a people without a party, and will probably form their own, and would be basically left high and dry as that turns more and more people, or as more and more people turn further right because the Overton window shifting. I'm just speculating, and I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the conservatives come back to some semblance of sanity, right? The Tea Party is done. Trump is over. Stop being fucking idiots. That ain't gonna happen. Mitch McConnell spent $400 million on trying to hold the seat in the Senate. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Old lizard man Mitch, not because he's a lizard man, but because tell me somewhere, not necessarily one of his parents, but somewhere in that family tree is a Komodo dragon. Don't count Liz Cheney out. There's a cabal that is not DeSantis and Cruz that is frighteningly capable of pulling power out of a hat. I would agree. And Liz Cheney actually does. I had not thought of Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney really does present a strong option for leading the party as an anti-Trump voice, viewed as a sort of a saner conservative. But I don't know. And I guarantee you the GOP would not be comfortable with it. The GOP would be doing everything in their power to portray her as a peace-loving hippie who would gladly lay down in a bed of roses with AOC for demonic lesbian sex. I'm sure that they would do that to just cut that off at the knees. I do like I would be okay with Liz Cheney as the person running the Conservative Party, the Republican Party, simply because less awful, It's like you have a choice between eating shit or eating like shit with sugar on it. You take the sugar, doesn't, you're still eating shit, but at least it's like a little bit less awful. So I'm gonna talk a little bit real quick about related to this, the whole trans thing, the whole issue of transes in the world. Now you will note, I am not a trans person. I am a middle-class white male in a developed country with a college education, and I am heterosexual, and I am cisgender. So obviously, my voice will be the only one that matters. Just kidding. My voice is the least important in this conversation. But I'm using my voice to speak to the people who are like me and who are maybe not hearing the arguments that I would make. They're hearing the things that are happening on the TV a lot. We talk about the fact that all of a sudden the number of people who are trans is skyrocketing. Everyone's trans these days. No, they're not. The reality is there's two things at play here. Number one, people are feeling more comfortable living their actual selves. People who are trans, who would have previously been living in the closet, are feeling comfortable with like, hey, maybe I can say my existence is real and not be like murdered for it. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing that we're open and willing to allow people to be who they are, period. There's a second thing at play. And I think this is a huge thing that people seem to be fucking missing out on. And that is, I don't think gender is always cut and dry. I don't think that everyone goes through life being, like, from the moment they're born, being very, very confident. I have never, in my experience, felt like, hey, maybe I'm a girl. Right? That's never been a thing. I have questioned some of my biochemistry, but that has never made me not feel like a man. That's just how I've always been. That doesn't mean my experience is shared by everybody. And you know, you see a lot of the young ones are now, you know, well, they're all gender fluids and shit. Maybe that's because by destigmatizing it as much as we have over the last bunch of generations, who am I kidding? Last like couple generations. Maybe by destigmatizing it as much as we have, we've opened the door for people to say, hey, I don't know. And to explore that. Like we also do with our sexuality, like we also do with our political beliefs, and like we also do with whatever the fuck, right? We go, I don't know, maybe I'm gonna try things out. Does that mean that every single like person who is saying that they're, you know, use my different pronouns or whatever is gonna wind up being a trans person? Probably not. I would bet good money that a lot of them will be like, hey, you know what? I'm comfortable as the pronouns that I was assigned at birth. But they will have gone through a process of questioning that, and that's okay. That's not hurting fucking nobody. No big deal. Who cares? This isn't important. People don't become trans because their high school teacher said, okay, we're going to talk about the transes today, and you're all transgender. That's just dumb. That's just dumb and wrong. Arguing that, you know, in the words of the great President Trump, that you can't be, or you shouldn't be allowed to teach transgender. Well, what the fuck are they teaching? That's not a thing. That people exist, that it's okay that they exist, that's probably just fine to teach. Are they teaching them that, you know, like every single student has to go home, try on the clothing of the opposite sex every night for 30 minutes and provide photographic evidence? I don't fucking think that's anyone's thing. I'm pretty sure that's a whole lot of bullshit. And if I, as a young man, had been forced by my evil trans-adjacent teacher to wear women's clothing every night and prove that I had done it. First off, I never did fucking homework, you can tell. Second off, had I done it, I don't feel like that would have made me a trans person. I think that would have made me a person who got a shitty mark because I also did a shitty job on whatever homework I did. That's not how trans people happen. That's not even how questioning your sexuality or your gender or your whatever happens. It's a thing that a lot of people just have inside them as a question or as a feeling of this, that, or the other thing, or whatever the fuck. And cool. I'm glad people have the opportunity to explore that and decide one way or the other, whatever they choose. There's nothing fucking wrong with it. And if someone who has body parts that I don't think are what I would normally associate with a particular thing on the door of a bathroom, okay, probably not a big deal, as long as they're not there to hurt anybody. And the chances are they're not there to hurt anybody. The history of people doing crimes by sneaking into women's bathrooms as men is pretty fucking zero. And the times when it does happen, it's usually a straight cisgender dude who's just shitty. So like, let's just get the fuck over that. Jim, white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, cisgender male of a certain age, a big ugly. Yes. Date rape wasn't a thing until it was talked about and then reported. Increase only because reported and easier to talk about. Same with sexual violence in the home. I guess domestic violence would be another example. Before you had words for it, you never had a way to talk about it. So you didn't, right? The more we teach kids to have things that they can talk about, whether it's understanding their own gender, or whether it's sexual violence through sex education, all that kind of stuff. Like, this is just net positives, good for the world. Period. Gender fluid, same, safer to talk about now. So yes, more of it, more in the open, not more of it, assholes. Exactly. People seem to forget that there's a difference between there are more instances of this and there are more instances of this that I see. Those are two different things. The that I see is very different. I would put good money that people who are trans in today's society would have been trans in my youth. They just didn't have any support. When I was a kid, this is how I grew up. So we knew that there was two kinds of people. There was boys and girls. And we knew that there was two kinds of sexes. There was gay sex and there was straight sex. And sometimes there was someone who just couldn't decide. That was what bisexual was in the vernacular of my childhood. And we also knew that there were people who put on women's clothing. It was never men's clothing. It was always women's clothing. And they were perverts. That was the world I was raised in. That's not a valid argument. That is a shitty take. That is implying that it's some kind of sick, degenerate fetish, as opposed to people experiencing the world in a different way than I do. Right? But that's the change that has happened. So if I was, let's just say that I was someone who felt like I was a trans woman, growing up when I did, would I have been going to school saying I want to dress as a woman? Oh, hell no. Because every single person would have thought I was some sick fetishist. I would have hidden the truth, and I would have lived a life of misery. That is not what I want for people. And that is the perspective, is the missing equation when we talk about, oh, there's suddenly everyone's all gender fluid and queer and blah, 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 blah. No. They're just allowed to ask those questions now. And in some cases, they're allowed to live their actual lives and decide whether or not they want to go through various processes. Now, again, conservatives will talk about that one and get it way wrong. Like, you walk into your doctor's office and you're like, I think I'm a good... And before you even finish the word, he's already cutting your penis off. That's not how the world is. And it's fucking frightening that people think that. Somewhat related, evolution of percentage of left-handed individuals during the 20th century. Yes, absolutely. When left-handed was no longer sinister, which literally means left-handed, when left-handed was no longer considered an evil thing, people started to identify as being left-handed because the demonization of them wasn't as big. That's a good thing. It's absolutely related in that, when people are demonized for a choice, they're not going to admit to making it. Or choice is the wrong word, sorry, a characteristic. That is a way better word, a characteristic. What would you rather, be in a bathroom with a Catholic priest or trans man? I would definitely take the trans man 10 times out of 10. But I would rather, if I was to pick who was in what bathroom, I would rather that the trans man was in the men's bathroom than a Catholic priest. I would rather have a trans woman in a woman's bathroom than a Catholic priestess, simply because of the safety thing. Because trans people tend to not be very safe if they're going into the bathrooms that they were assigned at birth. Well, the thing is, women gained access to men's clothing during the first and second wave feminism, but people completely just stopped thinking about it in the way it became part of the status quo. This is very true. I've often said, like, I worked with a woman named Mickey. And I say woman because that's as far as I understand, that was the the appropriate terminology to use. That's how Mickey identified. In retrospect, Mickey, I would put good money, Mickey was a trans man. Very masculine, very, like, lived a very male life, went by Mickey instead of Michelle, like all sorts of little nuances, but never would have referred to herself as a trans man or himself. I don't know the pronouns that they would use today, but I'd be stunned if they were actually not a trans man. But at the time, it was okay to be a lesbian, and one of them bold acts, that would be fine. But to be a trans person, well, that meant you were a pervert. It's amazing that people forget about it, but there was a huge stigma around left-handedness until the middle of the 20th century, and the rate of people who left-handed people in the first world went from 2% to 10% within a few decades in the first world. Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen those statistics before, actually. People who were left-handed, when all of a sudden we just stopped giving a shit about whether people... Remember, the stories that we hear are true. There was a time when you were in school, if you were caught using your left hand to write, the teacher would, you would open your left hand and she would cane you, and you would go, "Ow, that sucked. I'm definitely right-handed." That was a thing that happened. I used to be ambidextrous, but I'm all right now. That's terrible. Apologies to... It's a little late for your apology, sir. A little late indeed. So I was kind of thinking I wanted to talk a little bit about Waco. Would you guys be interested in me talking a little bit about Waco? I'm going to take a break now. But when I come back, we can jump right to the karaoke, or we can do the Waco conversation. But I'll give you a little background on why. So I did a paper in college on Waco, as in the Branch Davidian complex in Mount Carmel, Waco, Texas. No karaoke Waco. Okay, well, we'll do some Wacoing. Then I will do karaoke. I know I Am Canadian always leaves when I start to sing. But if you guys are interested, essentially the other day I hadn't thought about Waco terribly much. And then I was on Danabo's Discord. Danabo is one of the guys who used to book the Hippy Dippy recruitment show that I did a couple of times. And also is a really nice guy that I quite enjoy interacting with. So I was on his Discord, and he mentioned that there was a debate at the Crucible. They were looking for left-leaning people who would take the government didn't do a brilliant assassination attempt in the whole Waco thing. And it got me thinking about it and stuff. So yeah, let's talk about Waco when I get back. After this brief, but hopefully totally interesting conversation. Where the hell is... there should be no, that's 3 minutes left. Okay, we're gonna do some Obama. We'll do the Obama speech search. 2004 DNC. Yeah, we'll try that one.
4, then Illinois Senate candidate.
Okay.
In its
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Dick Durbin. You make us all proud. On behalf of the great state of Illinois, crossroads of a nation, land of Lincoln, let me express my deepest gratitude for the privilege of addressing this convention. Tonight is a particular honor for me because, let's face it, my presence on this stage is pretty unlikely. My father was a foreign student, born and raised in a small village in Kenya. He grew up herding goats, went to school in a tin roof shack. His father, my grandfather, was a cook, a domestic servant to the British. But my grandfather had larger dreams for his son. Through hard work and perseverance, my father got a scholarship to study in a magical place, America, that shone as a beacon of freedom and opportunity to so many who had come before. While studying here, my father met my mother. She was born in a town on the other side of the world, in Kansas. Her father worked on oil rigs and farms through most of the Depression. The day after Pearl Harbor, my grandfather signed up for duty, joined Patton's army, marched across Europe. Back home, my grandmother raised a baby and went to work on a bomber assembly line. After the war, they studied on the GI Bill, bought a house through FHA, and later moved west, all the way to Hawaii in search of opportunity. And they too had big dreams for their daughter. A common dream born of two continents. My parents shared not only an improbable love, they shared an abiding faith in the possibilities of this nation. They would give me an African name, Barak, or Blessed, believing that in a tolerant America, your name is no barrier to success. They imagined me going to the best schools in the land, even though they weren't rich, because in a generous America, you don't have to be rich to achieve your potential. They're both passed away now. And yet I know that on this night, they look down on me with great pride. They stand here, and I stand here today, grateful for the diversity of my heritage, aware that my parents' dreams live on in my two precious daughters. I stand here knowing that my story is part of the larger American story, that I owe a debt to all of those who came before me, and that in no other country on earth is my story even possible. Tonight, we gather to affirm the greatness of our nation. Not because of the height of our skyscrapers, or the power of our military, or the size of our economy. Our pride is based on a very simple premise, summed up in a declaration made over 200 years ago. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That is the true genius of America. A faith in simple dreams, an insistence on small miracles, that we can tuck in our children at night and know that they are fed and clothed and safe from harm, that we can say what we think, write what we think without hearing a sudden knock on the door, that we can have an idea and start our own business without paying a bribe, that we can participate in the political process without fear of retribution, and that our votes will be counted, at least most of the time. This year, in this election, we are called to reaffirm our values and our commitments, to hold them against a hard reality, and see how we're measuring up to the legacy of our forebears and the promise of future generations. And fellow Americans, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, I say to you tonight, we have more work to do. More work to do for the workers I met in Galesburg, Illinois. who are losing their union jobs at the Maytag plant that's moving to Mexico, and now are having to compete with their own children for jobs that pay $7 an hour. More to do for the father that I met who was losing his job and choking back the tears wondering how he would pay $4,500 a month for the drugs his son needs without the health benefits that he counted on. More to do for the young woman in East St. Louis and thousands more like her who has the grades, has the drive, has the will, but doesn't have the money to go to college. Now, don't get me wrong. The people I meet in small towns and big cities, in diners and office parks, they don't expect government to solve all their problems. They know they have to work hard to get ahead, and they want to. Go into the collar counties around Chicago, and people will tell you they don't want their tax money wasted by a welfare agency or by the Pentagon. Go into any inner city neighborhood, and folks will tell you that government alone can't teach our kids to learn. They know that parents have to teach, that children can't achieve unless we raise their expectations and turn off the television sets and eradicate the slander that says a black youth with a book is acting white. They know those things. People don't expect government to solve all their problems. But they sense deep in their bones that with just a slight change in priorities, we can make sure that every child in America has a decent shot at life.
All right, I'm back. All right, so we're going to talk about Waco, like I said. It's a weird choice, I know, but yeah, like I said, came up in my radar, and I realized I haven't really thought about Waco too terribly much in the last little while. And so we're going to do that. We're going to talk about what it was. And my position, just to sort of set the record from the start, is that Waco was initially a really, really disastrously handled press moment that led to, I wouldn't call it a government assassination, certainly not a conspiracy. I would say it led to a government going, you know what, let's just cut our losses. In the old-fashioned way of just fire and brimstone. So what do we all remember about Waco? Well, the general consensus is the Branch Davidians were a religious cult led by David Koresh. And David Koresh was a madman who beat children, did drugs, and preached this end time sort of survival-y vibe apocalypse thing in Texas. And the government came in and they tried to get him to stop, and there was a huge standoff. Days and days and days. And eventually the government moved in and a fire started and a lot of people died. That, I think, is a fairly reasonable expression of what most people think of when they think of Waco. And it's certainly what I had as sort of the narrative in play when I did my little research paper. The background behind that, I was in a contemporary history course. I really liked my history class, but it was also like my final year of college. And my interest in doing contemporary history papers was fairly minimal. Not gonna lie. And we had to do basically like a long-ass research paper on any topic in contemporary history. Totally wide open. I really liked this class. The teacher had given a couple of speeches that or lectures that were like really eye-opening, talking about how we view history versus how history was versus what we can actually know about history. We'll never know what it was. We'll easily know what we were told. Yeah, it is so. It is. We'll easily know what we're told, and then there's the truth, which is somewhere else. One of the examples that she gave, she asked why the Americans bombed the second, Nagasaki, I believe, was the second one. So they'd already dropped the bomb in Hiroshima. Why did they drop the bomb in Nagasaki? Well, the answer is because they had 2 bombs. Bedoy, right? They probably had more than that, but that was the second one they dropped. They were going to probably drop even more. That's the easy answer. The more difficult answer is they didn't really need to. Japan was scrambling, right? After Hiroshima, Japan was like, okay, we're fucking done. We're ixnay on the Orway, right? There was no thought of like, hey, we can still win. Someone had just rained nuclear death on one of their cities, and they were like, let's just fucking end this now. So there was no need to drop a bomb on Hiroshima, or sorry, on Nagasaki. So then, why did it happen? Well, some would argue that it was meant as a message to the then leader of Russia, Joseph Stalin, that, oh yeah, maybe you're getting all enjoyment out of carving the fuck out of Eastern Europe, but you stay the fuck out of the Pacific Rim because we're not having it. Another option is that there are those that believe that it was simply to prove that it wasn't a fluke, that there was more than one of these bombs available. And there's a bunch of other takes. Another example from the class, she talked about Pearl Harbor, and there is reason, as I understand it, to believe that Churchill knew in advance about the attack on Pearl Harbor. And in fact, that he had communicated this to the American president. Is that Roosevelt? I think it was Roosevelt. I don't know. I'm no expert. Like I say, I didn't put a whole lot of effort into that contemporary history class. But had communicated it. So why didn't America properly prepare for Pearl Harbor? And a lot of scholars have a lot of different opinions, including like they didn't believe it was real. But the one that I always liked was the idea that perhaps they, because Roosevelt wanted in the war, he felt that this was a world war and America should be a part of it, but he couldn't sell Congress on the idea. He can't just declare war. Congress has to declare war. And they had talked about whether or not we do things in the World War II stuff. And Congress had said flatly no. They were isolationist. It was a foreign war, and we're not going to send our men to go and die in a foreign war. And then all of a sudden it wasn't a foreign war. Something that rarely gets talked about is that the Americans kept bombing civilian Japanese towns the day of the surrender as a show of force. Yeah, I don't know that, but I'm not at all surprised. That would not in any way make my eyebrows go all up and funny. That sounds very American. Roosevelt to start, Truman saw it through. That's what I was getting confused about. I was like, was it Truman? No, it was Roosevelt. Anyways, so it was a class that I really enjoyed, and I wanted to do a good job on the paper, but I also didn't want to learn things. And I figured Waco was an obvious choice, right? It was contemporary. It was, within my lifetime, and I had, seen the Time magazine photo of David Koresh's very sinister-looking face. It was a slam dunk. It was an easy one. 18 pages of there was a guy, he was nuts, he convinced a lot of people he was special, and then they killed themselves. Bada boom, paper practically writes itself. And I was like, that'll be an easy one. And I remember her going like, will it? And no. So I went to the old public library. If anyone here is a millennial or a Zoomer, a public library was a space that you could go to, like a physical building, kind of like a store. And they had books, but it wasn't to buy the books. It was just to borrow them. And it was a really cool thing. It was what we did before we had regular Google access. So I went to the library and I took out a bunch of books that they had on Waco. Now, there wasn't a whole lot of books on Waco. I'm sure there's a lot more now because retrospectives are cool. But at the time, there was a couple of books that were available to me. Most of them were written by people who were associated with a group called the Cult Awareness Network, CAN, which is a group that are just awful. And they wrote about Waco, and dude, like you are lying. It reads like satanic panic literature. It's just so bad. But there was one book that I found that was actually a collection of essays and letters and things that were done by people who were experts in various fields, from the military through to religious experts to political experts, that were written at the time and were intended to sort of provide some insight to the government on what was happening and how it was going wrong, and also to provide some information on why this went the way it did. So that's our background. I'm going to do that thing that everybody does and bring up Wikipedia. Or something. I'm just going to type in Waco timeline. Okay, so it's kxxv.com. I'm just looking for a timeline of events. I'm not interested in getting all the details. I just want like a timeline. So 2 women and 6. Oh, that's how the fuck. Okay, so February 28th. So that's our start. February 28th, about 100 agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms raid the compound near Waco, Texas. 4 agents and an unknown number of cult members are killed in a gun battle. Cult leader David Koresh is among those wounded. 4 children are released. That is true. But let's talk about what that really was. So February 28th is the day that the siege started. They call it a siege because it's a heroic sounding word. In the event, or the time leading up to this is important to understand, and the actors are important to understand. So we talked about what David Koresh was. He was a monster who was a child molester and a child beater and all, drugs and stuff. Which of those things related to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, or Firearms? The answer is pretty much fucking none of them. The BATF, or at the time they were just the ATF, they were there because there had been reports that David Koresh and his followers had been heard using machine guns. Now, that is an ATF issue. They live in Mount Carmel in the state of Texas, Waco. Right? Mount Carmel is just outside of Waco, if I understand correctly. And the rule in Texas, do you think that it's legal to own a fully automatic weapon? So if you heard, that would be, I heard what I think is a fully automatic weapon. Is it legal in Texas or not? Well, I'm glad you asked. The answer is, yeah, it's fucking legal as long as you pay a $200 tax per gun that you're going to convert to fully automatic to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. So we're talking about what would presumably be, let's just say they were like fully stocked with like 1,000 weapons. That would be $200,000 in a tax not paid. That's the jurisdiction of the ATF in this case. So what the fuck were they doing? Well, funny you should ask. So the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms was a very poorly funded offshoot of, I believe it was the Secret Service. They had been part of Secret Service, and then they were separated, or is that or Treasury? I can't remember which, but they were separated into their own little bureau, and they had a pittance of a funding, to deal with. And then along comes Bill Goddamn Clinton. Bill Goddamn Clinton, one of the things that he talked a lot about was gun control. And right after the election of Bill Clinton, there were 2 big sieges by the ATF. One was Ruby Ridge. I don't know enough about Ruby Ridge to talk about it. I do know it was like a white supremacist family doing the survivalist guy thing, living out in the middle of nowhere, fucking cousins or whatever the fuck they were doing. And they had guns, and the ATF came in and essentially killed everybody in the place. That's my understanding of it. It's probably more complicated than that. But it was a good media moment for the ATF in this political climate where all of a sudden someone is talking about gun control and you're the guys whose job it is to control guns. You want more money, so you do your thing. Waco comes shortly after that. And the day, February 28th, there is a story that is factual, confirmed factual as I understand it. This reporter is on her way to, or their way, I don't know their gender actually, on their way to Mount Carmel for the siege. This is, gonna be there and be set up for when the siege happens. And stops a guy who's delivering mail and says, "Hey, you off to work? Okay, love you, Nate. I hope you're doing well. Enjoy the work, and lurk away, my friend." So, says to this postie that's walking by doing postal office worker kind of stuff, and says, "Hey, looking for Mount Carmel, looking for the Branch Davidian complex. Not sure, but I'm here for that big ATF siege." And the post office guy goes, "Oh, yeah. They want to go, up 4 more blocks and then turn left at the deer carcass, whatever the fuck, whatever. And then pulls out his cell phone after that car drives off and's like, "Hello, David Koresh? Yes, it's your brother-in-law, Stu," or whatever the guy's name was. So I just had a weird thing that just happened. So, this incredible military siege was well known. By the time the siege happened, an entire media army had been set up. ATF is a branch of the Department of Justice. It was justice. Anyways, they had become their own little entity within and had their own budget instead of just being the tasks of the Justice Department. My bad. Thought it was Treasury or Secret Service. Either way. So the other thing that they did is they didn't, and it doesn't say what time. Let's Google real quick what time they did this. What time? Feb 28th, Waco. Is it gonna give me the time? Let's take a look at this. Oh, this is
actually called her.
Live report February 28th. Maybe we'll watch this in a sec just to hear. No, that's not going to be. Anyways, I'm not going to find what I'm looking for. Whatever. But it was already daylight. Why is that a thing? Well, if you're planning a siege, you might want the element of surprise. Especially when you're doing a siege on a space that has clear line of sight all around. And that's what happened. So the ATF guys roll in massive numbers. What was it? 100 agents. Even if they were carpooling, we can still guess somewhere between 25 and 50 cars. Come rolling up, and out comes David Koresh, holding his daughter, one of his daughters, because he knows that they're coming for him. There's no one else in the area. They're coming for have a little conversation-y too. And there's a little back and forth. And someone fired first. I never did get an answer on who fired first for all my digging. Someone fired first. I don't really care. It's kind of unimportant. But gunplay happened. Whoever started it, whatever. Gunplay happened. One of those bullets went through his daughter, killing her, and struck him. So he was injured. So where it says that 4 agents and an unknown number of cult members are killed in a gun battle, cult leader David Koresh is among those wounded. 4 children are released. Doesn't even mention Koresh's child, who died in his arms. That is not traditionally the best way to start an interaction with people. Right? If you think about any scenario where you've been a job interview. You imagine starting a job interview by killing the child of the person who's interviewing you on their lap. Probably, no matter how strong your resume, and you might have a fucking resume, it's probably not going to go well. So, poor start to things. And yeah, Koresh is injured, and 4 kids are released. A bunch of people are killed. March 2nd, 2 women and 6 children are released. Koresh promises to surrender if a lengthy taped segment is broadcast. Sermon is broadcast on radio and TV, but Koresh does not give up. So Koresh, giant piece of shit. Let's make sure that we understand completely David Koresh, piece of shit. So he absolutely was a shitty person. He absolutely... The stories about how he wound up leading the Branch Davidians. Originally, there was a woman who was the leader of the Branch Davidians. And she had a son who had a brutal case of Tourette's, if I'm not mistaken. And he was supposed to take over for her. And then David Koresh came and joined the group. And he was charismatic, and he was engaged, and he was part of things. And he wound up taking her, this old woman, as his lover. And the next thing you know, there was a power struggle. When she died, there was a gunfight between Koresh and the Tourette's guy that wound up with David Koresh winning the rule of the Branch Davidians. And other homeboy, if I'm not mistaken, he made his own little church. As long as everyone gets a church out of it, that's all that matters. 9:30 CST, ND, you were correct. ATF was originally under the Treasury Department. Okay, so I thought it was... I was like, is it Treasury or was it Secret Service? I don't remember, but I remember that they were recently shat out from one larger agency into another. Yeah, 9:30 Central Time. So even in winter in Texas, there's no cover of darkness at 9:30 in the morning. So yeah, Koresh will surrender if you play the little thing. To play the thing, doesn't surrender. Piece of shit. That said, he was shot. And, I can see why maybe he wasn't so interested in having the negotiations. But that's like 4 days in here, right? March 3rd, federal agents say that Koresh says he will surrender when he receives further instruction from God. He releases a couple more children, a couple adults leave. FBI, notice we didn't actually say there was a switch over here. By March 18th, which is like a good chunk after the 28th, that's a bunch of days. That's 18 days. All of a sudden, the FBI are the ones that are involved. How did that happen? The ATF, they were fucked. They were out of their element. They had no way that this was just going badly. So the government was like, okay, FBI, fix this. So the FBI start blaring tapes of negotiations to cultists using loudspeakers. March 19th, 2 cultists leave the compound. March 21st, 7 cultists leave. So people are streaming out steadily. March 22nd, authorities blast the compound with chants of Tibetan monks. So this is honk in Ottawa. This is the we're going to make your lives uncomfortable as all shit in a way that's not gonna stop us from feeling like we're doing good, because we're just honking our horns. They're just horns. No one honks a horn in this town. Come on. It's just a horn, little toot toot. That's all it is, right? Hey, everyone likes Tibetan monk chants. March 23rd, another person leaves. March 24th, Koresh breaks off negotiations. April 14th, a little bit of a jump here. Koresh sends out word that he will surrender after writing a manuscript in which he reveals the contents of the 7 seals referred to in the book of Revelations in the Bible. So, not mentally stable. Not when you're like, hey, you know what? Before I leave, I just have to write a manuscript to explain the 7 seals and what the contents are, because I happen to be the guy that knows, because I happen to be, bringing about the apocalypse or whatever the fuck. That's not a good look. Not at all. But you'll notice, FBI, the first time we see the name FBI here, March 18th. Now we're April 14th. Almost a month later. April 16th, FBI agents say the agency has its own schedule and won't wait forever for Koresh to give up. April 19th, the compound burns to the ground after FBI agents in an armored vehicle smash the buildings and pump in tear gas. Now that is interesting. The way that is framed, compound burns to the ground after FBI agents in an armored vehicle smash the buildings and pump in tear gas. So here's the thing about that little sticky wicket. They chose a particular type of tear gas. Let's see if we can find out what the particulars are here, because I'm pretty sure I can. And I used to know this once upon a time. Waco tear gas. It's CS gas. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to switch over. This is from Wikipedia. This says, the events of the siege and attack, particularly the origin of the fire, are disputed by various sources. Department of Justice reports from October 1993 and July 2000 conclude that although incendiary tear gas canisters were used by the FBI, the Branch Davidians had started the fire based on listening devices overhearing their discussions and evidence that showed at least 3 simultaneous ignition points. Do we have the CS gas? Yes. So, as the siege wore on, 2 factions developed within the FBI, one believing negotiation to be the answer, the other force. Increasingly aggressive techniques were used to try to force the Branch Davidians out. For instance, sleep deprivation of the inhabitants through all-night broadcasts of recordings of jet planes, pop music, Buddhist chanting, and the screams of rabbits being slaughtered. Outside the compound, 9 Bradley fighting vehicles carrying M651 CS tear gas grenades and ferret rounds, and 5 M728 combat engineer vehicles obtained from the U.S. Army began patrolling. The armored vehicles were used to destroy perimeter fencing and outbuildings and crush cars belonging to the Branch Davidians. Armored vehicles repeatedly drove over the grave of Branch Davidian Peter Gent despite protests by the Branch Davidians and the negotiators. Negotiation takes time. You're not wrong, but still, that feels gross. So this M651 CS tear gas grenade. I'm trying to, I don't know if I can find it or not. A CS gas band. Fact check. This is from USA Today. It's true, tear gas is a chemical weapon banned in war. Close this. As police officers across the country have tear gas crowds in attempts to disperse protesters, claims have surfaced on social media that tear gas is a chemical weapon banned in war, but legal for law enforcement purposes. A Facebook post shared blah, 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 global pandemic, blah, blah, blah. So tear gas isn't necessarily gas, but rather a powder that is heated and mixed with a solvent released as an aerosol. Glatter said tear gas not only irritates cells, but also activates pain receptors, which leads to intense burning, pain in the eyes, lungs, blah, blah, blah. We all know what the fuck tear gas does. Center for Disease Control. This is what I'm looking for. Chemical Weapons Conventions and 1925 Geneva Convention Protocol ban of use of tear gas in warfare. In 1925, Geneva Protocol categorized tear gas as a chemical warfare agent and banned its use in war shortly after World War I. The protocol was signed at a conference held in Geneva and took effect on February 8, 1928, according to the UN website. So, my point being, they used CS gas, which is tear gas, which is shitty. It's been banned that we're not allowed to do it to other people, but we're allowed to do it to ourselves. So we're actually, like, it's not illegal for the FBI to have used tear gas. However, you'll notice it said incendiary tear gas. Not all tear gas is incendiary, from my understanding. Some tear gases are just make you cough a lot. Others are make you cough a lot and also can burst into flame. The one they used was burst into flame kind. It was a weird choice because that was a windy as fuck day on the plains of Waco. So the benefit of shooting tear gas is reduced when you're talking about windy days. Remember when George Bush was in, was it Bolivia or something? I don't remember where, but they tried to use tear gas on the crowd of protesters, and the winds were just such that it blew it right in old George's face. Good times. So wind affects tear gas, and it was a windy as fuck day. So what is the point of tear gas? Well, the argument that is presented, and it is a conspiracy, is it was incendiary by choice. And a gas being whipped through the environment that was incendiary on basically a compound made out of clapboard and dreams was a really, really striking choice. Now, I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know if the intent was to burn the place down or not, and I'm not going to say one way or the other. It is just as likely that that was the tear gas they had handy. I'm perfectly okay with that. But at the end of the day, whether the Branch Davidians started the fire, which is one allegation, there's also allegations that it was intentionally started by the U.S. government, by the FBI, which I personally don't really put a lot of stock into. And I also heard that the fire originally started from, and there's video of one of their anti-personnel devices crashing into a building. And keep in mind that they had shut off all their electricity stuff. So they had like gas lanterns and knocked over a gas lantern. And in a room full of incendiary tear gas, bad things occurred. And thwomp. One way or the other, whether intentional or otherwise, thwomp. So, I'm missing comments here. Is there a nation that does not use tear gas against their own people? I think, no. If I was to guess, I'd say somewhere, one of them cool, like, social democrat countries in Europe, like, Denmark or something, probably wouldn't. But that's just a guess. Yeah, everyone uses tear gas. But it's like, it's considered shitty. We can't use it in war. Is there a nation that does not, in fact, use force against their own people? Of course not. Of course not. Because the concept of a nation state is the control of acceptable violence. That's what nations do. Moore's law, force using tear gas will be a thing. Moore's law. Sorry. I was like, Moore's law? That's not Moore's law. I don't remember what Moore's law is, but I know it's not that. I assume only a very small nations under 10,000 inhabitants or something. Yeah, people who just don't have the money for tear gas don't use it on their people. But tear gas obviously is like endemic at this point. At the time when that all happened, if my memory serves correctly, tear gas was less likely to be used. But I'm probably wrong. We probably just didn't get reports about it. It was probably used all the time in law enforcement because it's a heck of a trick. It sure does work. Clickety-click, Barbara trick. Also, Denmark uses tear gas. Of course they do. Everyone uses tear gas. Also, Iceland. Really? Like, they just seem so nice there. I guess they don't call it nice land. So anyways, my point is, I'm not in any way saying that the government conspired to create a firebomb or anything like that would destroy Waco. What I would say is, one way or the other, shit was going down that day, right? You've got tanks knocking out, or armored personnel carriers, knocking down the walls, and people are going to be injured, people are going to be killed. It's just the way shit goes. And it happened that there was a fire. I do think it's sussy-wussy that they chose incendiary tear gas. But again, that could just be 100% legit. Like, yeah, that's the tear gas we had. It's also possible that they were like, well, it's a fucking windy day. The tear gas isn't going to do a whole hell of a lot. But, at least, we can shoot it in there. We'll try to get them out into the open and we can round them up or whatever. Like, I'm cool with that. I don't need it to be a conspiracy that they chose that particular tear gas because it was dangerous and holy shit. But the whole thing, as the French would say, was un fuck de cluster, a clusterfuck. I feel pretty safe in saying that I wouldn't consider it a conspiracy to destroy the Branch Davidians. I would consider it a really badly botched media event by a small government agency thinking that they were going to be able to spin this into, get some ratings. If it bleeds, it leads, baby. And turn that into a effective tool for requesting additional funds for their budget. And that's gross. That's just fucking gross. Found an article that says they used it in protest for migrant rights 3 years ago. Yep, that sounds about par for the course. Migrants getting rights. I have an idea. Hold this canister. No one bothered to find out how the fire started after the day. Well, no. So, yes, there was investigations done. It's a bit challenging because they immediately bulldozed the site. Probably not also a good look. But as the... was it this one? Not this page. No. I must have... Yeah, it was this page. Sorry, let me just do a search for... Well, what did I do to get there? Yes. Okay. So the DOJ reports from October 1993 and July 2000, obviously July 2000, 7 years after, conclude that although incendiary tear gas canisters were used by the FBI, the Branch Davidians had started the fire based on listening devices overhearing their discussion and evidence that showed at least 3 simultaneous ignition points. So I think the probable truth is the fire, you know, if you can take them at their word, people were like, let's start the fucking fire. Also, there was clearly a scenario where the fire got started from anti-personnel device or machine knocking over a gas lantern. Like that's a thing that happened. There was a photo of one of those anti-personnel carrier things that had like the tank nosy thing that comes out, and there was fire on it. That was argued, I believe, as being like, no, that was just, it was on fire or something, or it was shooting it there. Who fucking knows? I would say chances are it was probably some combination of everyone involved was a cock and everyone involved started the fire. All I know is that I didn't do it because I wasn't there. I was there metaphysically. Yeah, incendiary devices were used by the good guys. And that has always been a thing that I find really, really shit about the whole situation, is like that tear gas, why you would choose incendiary tear gas when you could have not incendiary tear gas. Again, that's not hardly a smoking gun. Smoking fire. I see what I did there. Hardly a smoking gun, but enough to make me go, that was poor. That was poor. Funny how it happened before DHS was even a thing. Yeah, this is pre-terrorism. So all we had at the time were, and they didn't even talk about them as being like a creepy survivalist cult or anything. You know, they were basically like Seventh-day Adventists on crack, right? They were like super, the end of the world is nigh. They absolutely had, for the record, they absolutely had guns that probably had been modified into fully automatic. So the alcohol, tobacco, and firearm people definitely had reason to want to have a conversation with them. Was that worth the slaughtering of thousands? Probably not. Thousands. I'm way over it. There's like 80 people or something like that. But definitely not a good look. But realistically, the thing about those guns, let me crack a beer open here. The thing about those guns is Koresh, and I believe it was Koresh and one of the other guys in the church were licensed gun dealers. I mean, it's fucking Texas, right? Everyone's a gun dealer. And they made money for the Mount Carmel church by going and selling guns at gun sales. This is not an uncommon thing to do in the great state of Texas. Not a shock. The fact that they had guns, that they had semi-automatic weapons, I think they were AK-47s, but I'm not sure, that theoretically could have been modified and may have been modified to be fully automatic. Okay. They would have had all of the necessary paperwork to own those guns. The only question is, did they pay the $200 per gun tax to the ATF for modifying them? Now, I'm not a fan of religious zealots having AK-47s that are fully automatic. Totally not a thing that I would be cool with. That said, they made the laws. They made those choices. That's kind of a thing that, like, you live by the right to bear arms, you die by the right to bear arms. And at the end of the day, all the stories, I remember being whipped the fuck up about the Branch Davidians, who none of the people I knew had ever even heard of, because they're like a tiny little splinter cell of a fucking Seventh-day Adventist church in the middle of fucking nowhere. But we knew all about the child abuse. We knew about the child rape. We knew about this. An interesting thing about that is the psychiatrist who looked at the kids that were taken out of Mount Carmel prior to the siege, not prior to the siege, sorry, prior to the burning it to shit and killing everybody inside. There were psychiatrists that were there to interact with the children and see, give an assessment of how they were doing. Did not find that they had any of the common hallmarks of kids who were abused in any way. They definitely were religious nutties, and they gave them like crayons and paper and shit. And the kids would draw like, their superhero David Koresh with his angel wings flying them to heaven and shit like that. But kids who were abused tend to have that almost sort of unconsciously come out in their drawings. A lot of dark colors, a lot of scary monsters and other similar dark images. These kids didn't have that. In the conversations that the psychiatrist had with them, had no sense that these kids had been abused. It's just a really good way to sell the story, right? But again, child abuse doesn't involve alcohol, tobacco, or firearms. The only reason they were there was $200 a gun on a modification of the gun. And that's assuming, if somebody heard full automatic weapons, that could have been one gun. That could have been $200, right? We don't fucking know what that was because all the shit got bulldozed. But that's fucked up, right? Even if they had a shit ton of these guns, which they probably didn't because they were living in the clapboard houses in the middle of fucking Texas. They probably didn't have like a rootin' tootin' arsenal. They probably had a bunch of guns, but not like a, military style, room full of AK-47s that are fully fucking automatic and shit. Like, how much money are we really talking about that justified even a siege, let alone all the other shit? Seems sussy. But again, I was not there. I am no fly on the wall in government meetings. I don't know what actually happened in the actual sense. I only know the research I did for this paper. And that research led me to believe that something was rotten in the state of Texas. And yeah, that's a thing. It's a thing. So hopefully that was interesting and entertaining and all that kind of stuff. What'd you guys think? We're gonna do some karaoke as soon as I'm gonna have another break because it's been an hour. I'm going for a smoke. It's what I do. I'm not proud of it. And karaoke will probably not be long because it might be. Who knows? I get carried away. But hopefully, Waco Jacko, Wacko Jacko. Yes. No, Wacko Jacko was Michael Jackson, wasn't it? Wasn't that the tabloid name for him? All right. We still got time with Barack talking, so I'm gonna throw some Barack on. And hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Hopefully everyone vibed and vibed accordingly. Either way, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back and be good while I'm gone. And I'll leave you while I'm gone with the great President Obama continuing his speech at the 2004 DNC. I'm going to change the music. I'm going to play on the one that's just my Muzak version of Bryan Adams' classic song, Run to You. That's right. I'm doing that. All right.
And that the doors of opportunity remain open to all.
Be right back.
They know we can do better, and they want that choice. In this election, we offer that choice. Our party has chosen a man to lead us who embodies the best this country has to offer, and that man is John Kerry. Kerry understands the ideals of community, faith, and service because they've defined his life. From his heroic service to Vietnam, to his years as a prosecutor and lieutenant governor, through 2 decades in the United States Senate, he's devoted himself to this country. Again and again, we've seen him make tough choices when easier ones were available. His values and his record affirm what is best in us. John Kerry believes in an America where hard work is rewarded. So instead of offering tax breaks to companies shipping jobs overseas, he offers them to companies creating jobs here at home. John Kerry believes in an America where all Americans can afford the same health coverage our politicians in Washington have for themselves. John Kerry believes in energy independence, so we aren't held hostage to the profits of oil companies or the sabotage of foreign oil fields. John Kerry believes in the constitutional freedoms that have made our country the envy of the world, and he will never sacrifice our basic liberties, nor use faith as a wedge to divide us. And John Kerry believes that in a dangerous world, war must be an option sometimes, but it should never be the first option. You know, a while back, I met a young man named Seamus in a VFW hall in East Moline, Illinois. He was a good-looking kid, 6'2", 6'3", clear-eyed with an easy smile. He told me he joined the Marines and was heading to Iraq the following week. And as I listened to him explain why he'd enlisted, the absolute faith he had in our country and its leaders, his devotion to duty and service, I thought, this young man was all that any of us might ever hope for in a child. But then I asked myself, are we serving Seamus as well as he's serving us? I thought of the 900 men and women, sons and daughters, husbands and wives, friends and neighbors who won't be returning to their own hometowns. I thought of the families I've met who were struggling to get by without a loved one's full income, or whose loved ones had returned with a limb missing, or nerves shattered, but still lacked long-term health benefits because they were reservists. When we send our young men and women into harm's way, we have a solemn obligation not to fudge the numbers or shade the truth about why they're going, to care for their families while they're gone, to tend to the soldiers upon their return, and to never, ever go to war without enough troops to win the war, secure the peace, and earn the respect of the world. Now let me be clear. We have real enemies in the world. These enemies must be found, they must be pursued, and they must be defeated. John Kerry knows this, and just as Lieutenant Kerry did not hesitate to risk his life to protect the men who served with him in Vietnam, President Kerry will not hesitate one moment to use our military might to keep America safe and secure. John Kerry believes in America, and he knows that it's not enough for just some of us to prosper. For alongside our famous individualism, there's another ingredient in the American saga, a belief that we're all connected as one people. If there's a child on the south side of Chicago who can't read, that matters to me even if it's not my child. If there's a senior citizen somewhere who can't pay for their prescription drugs and have to choose between medicine and the rent, that makes my life poor even if it's not my grandparent. If there's an Arab American family being rounded up without benefit of an attorney or due process, that threatens my civil liberties. It is that fundamental belief, I am my brother's keeper, I am my sister's keeper, that makes this country work. It's what allows us to pursue our individual dreams and yet still come together as one American family. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. Now, even as we speak, there are those who are preparing to divide us. The spin masters, the negative ad peddlers, who embrace the politics of anything goes. Well, I say to them tonight, there is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a black America and a white America and Latino America.
All right. Thanks, Barack. Yeah, I was on YouTube chatting with James there. It's not a recorder. It's a flute, but it's digital. So the entire thing I made myself. It's got drums, bass, lead. Is lead guitar? I don't know. I think lead is flute. I think that's the flute line. No. What is that? Just gonna put the cursor there and press play. Oh, there is guitar. Okay, yeah, there is guitar. What else we got? We got. Oh, everything got moved oddly. Did it literally go to the back? I don't know. It's a flute, anyways. All programmed by me using the power and majesty of Reaper. Smoke on the Water, a little too on the nose for karaoke. I should definitely, I could do Smoke on the Water. Funny story, my buddy, Dongo, who is the drummer in one of my bands, Go Away Fast, he used to do, he was in this band called One World. There have been many bands called One World, so it's not special or unique. But when he was in One World, they were doing a show one night, and some drunk guy came up and was like, "Did you guys know that song, Slow Talkin' Walter?" And he's like, the singer was like, he goes, Slow Talkin' Walter. So they did. And it was like, Slow Talkin' Walter, the fire engine guy. I don't even know if I know how Smoke on the Water goes, aside from like the chorus. But I'll do it. But first, we're going to start off with a little Bare Naked Ladies. Lovers in a Dangerous Time. I love this song. It's originally by Canadian legend Bruce Cockburn. Love how Zappa gets randomly name dropped in that song. Yes. I love that bass. This is why I love the song. Don't the hours grow shorter as the days go by? Never get to stop and open our eyes. 1 minute you're waiting for the sky to fall, and next you're dazzled by the beauty of it all. Lovers in a dangerous time. Lovers in a dangerous time. These fragile bodies of touch and taste, this fragrant skin, this hair like lace, spirits open to the thrust of grace. Never a breath you can't afford to waste. Lovers in a dangerous time. Lovers in a dangerous time. I love how it's spelled there. Lovers in a dangerous time. Lovers in a dangerous time. It's just a wholesome, good song. I was gonna do Jane. There's no like karaoke version of Jane. I might do it later and just like bring up the lyrics and sing along because there's instrumental versions. But Jane is just, that was the song that got me thinking about it, because I heard it the other day and I was like, ooh, that's a banger of a ditty. And if you're a fan of Ordinary Sausage, he just did a 1-week sausage. When your lover's in a dangerous time, sometimes you're made to feel as if your love's a crime. Nothing worth having comes without some kind of fight. Gotta kick it the darkest till it breathes daylight. Lovers in a dangerous time. Lovers in a dangerous time. Lovers in a dangerous time. Hold them loosely, 38 special. Lovers in a dangerous time. Oh no, that's not yet. That's not yet. We were lovers in a dangerous time. We were lovers in a dangerous time. La 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 la. Oh, hold him loosely. Hold on loosely. I don't think I know that song. I will do it. But first I'm going to do Slow Talkin' Walter. I would be stunned if it didn't exist. Deep Purple. We'll see if I remember the song at all. Good God. This is going to be long, isn't it? It's like a super fucking long song. Oh, it's only 6 minutes. Only. I'm a punk rock kid. Songs last 1 minute and 28 seconds or I want my money back. I super cannot think of how the... Yep, that's not... There's nothing triggering up here. I'm just gonna have to pretend that I know the song. We all came out to Montreal on the Lake Geneva shoreline to make records with a mobile. We didn't have much time. Frank Zappa and the Mothers were at the best place around. Some stupid with a flare gun burned that whole motherfucking place to the ground. Smoke on the water and fire in the sky. I have no idea if I'm singing it right. Smoke on the water. I'm gonna try something different for the next verse. It's pretty good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I have no idea. They burned down the gambling house. It died with an awful sound. Funky Cloud was running in and out, pulling kids out the ground. And when it was all over, we had to find another place. But Swiss time was running out. It seemed that we would lose the race. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky. Smoke on the water. 1 minute, 15 seconds. I can drink beer. it goes back to a chorus, I'll resume singing. It's a good solo though. That's just tasty. I love it because it's like it's a subdued guitar solo. Like it fits perfectly, but it's not like wanking all over the place. It's like shred, like it's just good. We ended up at the Grand Hotel. It was empty, cold, and bare, with the rolling trucks and stones just outside, making our music there. With a few red lights, a few old beds, we made a place to sweat. No matter what we get out of this, I know we'll never forget. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky, smoke on the water. Outro. Alright. Hold on loosely 38 special. I'm gonna try. We'll see if I know the song, even remotely. Okay, we can just stop that there. All right, let's see what this is. This is for you, I Am Canadian. God, I hope there's some. It's got a good groove. Oh, this sounds familiar. You see it all around you. Good loving gone bad. I have no idea for the tune. And usually it's too late when you realize what you had. My mind comes back to a girl I met some years ago. Told me, hold on loosely, but don't let go. I have no idea. If you cling too tightly, you're gonna lose control. Your baby needs someone to believe in, and a whole lot of space to breathe in. So damn easy when your feelings are such, to overprotect her, to love her too much. And my mind comes back to a girl I met some years ago who told me, just hold on loosely, don't let go. If you cling too tightly, you're gonna lose control. Baby needs someone to believe in, and a whole lot of room to breathe in. Don't let it slip away. Sentimental fool, don't let your heart get in the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See it all around you. Good loving gone bad. And usually it's too late when you realize what you have. So hold on loosely, don't let go. If you cling too tightly, you're gonna lose control. Your baby needs someone to believe in, a whole lot of space to breathe in. So hold on loosely, don't let go. If you cling too tightly, you're gonna lose it. You're gonna lose control. Motherfucker, lose control. Oh shit. Gonna lose your control or something. Yeah. So hold on loosely, don't let go. If you cling too tightly, you're gonna lose control. Hold on loosely, don't let go. If you cling too tightly to her, you're gonna lose control. Yeah. I have no idea how that song goes. Ramble on Zeppelin. All right, I'm gonna do one of the songs I was gonna do first, and then we'll totally do Ramble On by Zeppelin. We're gonna do this is Ghost. I sang Ghost last time. This is Spillways by Ghost, and I love this song. We'll see if I can do it justice. Your benediction, you try to rid your mind of malediction, but through all this time you try to peel it off, and it's such a ride. Your desolation led you into this vile incarnation of consummated bliss. I know you need it now to make you feel alive. Down with the sickness, all your faith, all your rage, all your pain, it ain't over now. And I ain't talking about forgiveness. All your faith, all your rage, all your pain, it ain't over now. It's the cruel beast that you feed. It's a burning, yearning need to bleed through the spillways. You keep a casket buried deep within. You try to mask it, but fall back in sin. You wanna shake it off, and you're stuck inside. Stuff rags of skin and spine. You mandate shit, fuck, dispelled. And it's such a ride. All your faith, all your rage, all your pain, it ain't over now. And I ain't talking about forgiveness. All your faith, all your rage, all your pain, it ain't over now. It's the cruel beast that you feed. It's your burning, yearning need to bleed through the spillways. Through the spillways of your soul. Through the spillways. 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 It's just a good song. I love Ghost. They have like that theatrical satanic element that just makes me happy. Alright, so we got Ramble On and Down with the Sickness. After this. It's the cruel beast that you feed. It's your burning, yearning need to bleed through the spillways. Through the spillways of your soul. Through the spillways. Through the spillways of your soul. Through the spillways. Through the spillways of your soul. Through the spillways. Through the spillways of your soul. Alright. Ramble On Zeppelin. That's a long one too, isn't it? I think. Ramble On. 5 minutes. Okay, I can do it. I got this. I also have no idea if I can sing the song. I'm very certain I can, because Zeppelin is generally not in my range. And I don't know if I know how it goes. So I may bail on this one. Shit, how is it? Nope, I got nothing. I am not coming up with a tune, and I am Canadian already left, so you don't get to pick. All right, we'll do Down with the Sickness. This is gonna be bad. Down with the Sickness. All right, I am not a Disturbed fan. I don't even know if I know this song. I know actually I don't. I know the chorus. I'll do something stupid for the verse, probably. Oh, you are there, I Am Canadian. Well, you bested me on this one, sir. It's literally just ooh, ah, 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 ah. Ooh, ah, ah, ah. Is that supposed to sound like an evil laugh? I'm gonna do an evil laugh. Ooh, ah, ha, 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 ha. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-uh. Drowning deep in my sea of loathing, broken your servant. Oh shit, that's so much slower. Broken your servant I kneel. Yeah! Will you give it to me? Seems what's left of my human side slowly changing in me. Will you give it to me? Looking at my own reflection when suddenly it changes. Violently it changes. Oh no, there is no turning back now. You've woken up the demon in me. Get up. Come on, get down. Get up. Come on, get down. I'm fucking so bad at this. Holy shit, dude. Open up your hate and let it flow into me. That's like straight up Emperor Palpatine line. Your mother, get up. The sickness. You fucker, get up. Come on, get down with the sickness. Madness is a gift that you've been given to me. I hope that they hate what I'm doing to this song. I can see inside you sickness is rising. Don't try to deny what you feel. Will you give it to me? It seems that all is good has died and is decaying in me. Will you give it to me? It seems you're having some trouble in dealing with these changes, living with these changes. Oh no, the world is a scary place now that you've woken up the demon in me. Fuck. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your hate and let it flow into me. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. You mother, get up, come down, get down with the sickness. You fucker, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Madness is the gift that has been given to me. And when I dream, and when I dream, and when I dream, and when I dream. No, mommy, don't do it again. Don't do it again. I'll be a good boy. I'll be a good boy. I promise. No, mommy, don't hit me. Ow! Why did you have to hit me like that, mommy? Don't do it. You're hurting me. Ow! Why did you have to be such a bitch? Why don't you just fuck off and die? Why can't you just fuck off and die? Why can't you just leave here and die? Never stick your hand in my face again, bitch. Fuck you. I don't need this shit, you stupid, sadistic, abusive fucking whore. Would you like to see how it feels, mommy? Here it comes. Too ready to die. What a terrible fucking sentiment there. Holy shit. Oh, I'm gonna do the evil laugh. Ooh, ha, 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 ha. Get up, come on down with sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Open up your hate and let it flow into me. Get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Your mother up, come on, get down with the sickness. You fucker, get up, come on, get down with the sickness. Madness has now come over me. That was really, I'm very certain that was exactly right. All right, what was you said Sound of Silence by Disturbed. You're just messing with me today, aren't you? All of ya. Karaoke, Sound of Silence. Oh, and they have the Disturbed version, don't they? Yep, they do. All right. This'll be whatever it's gonna be. All right. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, 'neath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp, when my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking, people hearing without listening, writing songs that voices never share. No one dare disturb the sound of silence. Who said you do not know? Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you. But my words, like silent raindrops, fell and echoed in the wells of silence. And the people bowed and prayed to the neon god they made, and the sign flashed out its warning in the words that it was forming. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls, and whispered in the sound of silence. Well, thank you. I haven't listened to that song since it was like on the public earballs all the time. All right, now I'm gonna do a terrible choice, but it's one that I had picked. Oh, fuck. I don't need to listen to Ghost again. That's not what I'm doing. This is Songs of My Childhood, Volume 8 Million. And I don't know if I know this song or not. Thank you very much. Thank you. YouTube the Conan O'Brien Disturbed version of that one. Or sitting comfortably. Then we'll begin. I am Canadian. I'm sure you'll know this. James Bond probably also will know this. Cheers, my friend. It's been a hard day in the city. Affects you the most peculiar way. Shit. Maybe if I fake it till we get to the chorus. And if you were to ask me questions, well, you wanna know, really? Shit. So, your name is a number. Yeah, I've got that. This seemed like a good idea. I'm gonna do the chorus and then we're gonna call it here. And if you were to ask me questions, we fighting for, just breaking down the door. Doesn't really matter. Been through all this before. It doesn't really matter. Fight it. Shit, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is happening there, but like legitimately, the text is completely off, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. All right, let's go. Let's do this. Well, top request, "Don't Speak" by No Doubt. Oh, that's an acoustic karaoke. Fuck that. That's some wanker doing things. I feel like I haven't done. What was on the soundtrack for Dirty Dancing? I think I did. I've Had the Time of My Life. I've done Hungry Eyes. She's Like the Wind. I don't think I know well enough. Yeah, we're not doing that. All right. What's chat saying? Manamana. Oh, I could do that, yeah. All right. We could do that. I don't know how the karaoke, if the karaoke exists or not. Nah. Yep. So it exists. Oh. Oh shit. Oh, there's like a whole thing here. Yeah, I got nothing on this. I have no idea. But if that's what you want, a little wacky for your day, we're gonna do the fuck is the song? Cab Calloway. Is it just called Heidi Ho? Minnie the Moocher. Fuck, how did I not know that? Okay, this will go poorly. If silly words is what you crave, let me be there for you. Hey folks, here's a story about Minnie the Moocher. It's too high. She was a low-down hoochie coocher. She was the roughest, toughest frail, but Minnie had a heart as big as a whale. Heidi, 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 Heidi. Ho-de, 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 ho. Hee-dee, 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 hee. Hi-de, 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 ho. She messed around with a bloke named Smokey. She loved him, though he was cokey. He took her down to Chinatown, and he showed her how to kick the gong around. Hi-de, 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 hi. Whoa. Hee-dee, 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 hee. Hi-de, 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 ho. She had a dream about the King of Sweden. He gave her things that she was needing. He gave her a home built of gold and steel, a diamond car with platinum wheels. Hidey, 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 hidey. Hody, 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 ho. Scoodly boo, scoodly boo, scoodly boodly boodly boo. Zoe. He gave her his townhouse and his racing horses. Each meal she ate was a dozen courses. Had $1 million worth of nickels and dimes. She sat around and counted them all 1,000,000 times. Hidey, hidey, hide. Hody, 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 ho. Heedy, 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 hee. Hidey, 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 ho. Poor man, poor man, poor man. Wow, it's fun. I like that. Now what do I want to do now? What do I want to do? Let's see. I failed at the Platinum Blonde. That was a sadness to me. I feel like I owe something to like the 80s. Who was REO Speedwagon? Can't fight this feeling. Have I done that before? I think I have. We're not going to do REO Speedwagon. What's good like 80s shit? Help me out. 80s crap. Fuck, why is my brain empty? What was Crowded House? What was their song? Crowded House. Ooh, can't even spell. I feel like I really liked this band when I was a kid. Yeah, Don't Dream It. I think I've done that before. Okay, well, if I've done it before, we're not doing it again. Culture Club. Karma Chameleon? Yeah, we're gonna do Karma Chameleon. And then I'll do Take On Me, You Fucking Monster. Shit. How does the chorus or the verse go? Living in your eyes all the way. If I listen to your lies, would you say I'm a man without conviction? I'm a man who doesn't know how to sell the contradiction. You come and go. You come and go. Come a chameleon. Come and go. You come and go. Loving would be easy if your colors were like my dream. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. You hear your words every day. And you used to be so sweet. I heard you say that my love was an addiction.
when we cling. Our love is strong. When you go, you're gone forever. You string along, you string along. Come a chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Loving will be easy if your colors were like my dreams. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Every day is like survival. You're my lover, not my rival. Every day is like survival. You're my lover, not my rival. Boy George should be proud. Boy George fucking ruled. And ate a lot of shit. I'm a man without conviction. I'm a man who doesn't know how to sell a contradiction. You come and go, you come and go. Come a chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Loving will be easy if your colors are like my dreams. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Come a chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Loving will be easy if your colors were like my dreams. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Come a chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Loving would be easy if your colors were like my dreams. Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Come a chameleon. You come and go, you come and go. Loving would be... Oh, that just assumed there was more. All right. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it because you asked. Nothing about this is a good idea. I have seen people do this song in karaoke bars so many times. And they always start too high and they always fail too hard. And so I'm going to fail for you. Talking away, I don't know what I'm to say, I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find you shying away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me, take me. Oh, see, I did it. I went too high. Be gone in a day or two, you bastard. So needless to say, odds and ends up, I'll be stumbling away, slowly learning that life is okay. Say after me, it's no better to be safe than sorry. God, me, take me on, I'll be gone in a day or two.
it's not written in a human being's range. It's such a, like, the guy who sings this deserves mad props. Because that song just spans every octave. I'm gonna do some Real Big Fish next. All things that you say isn't a life for just to play my worries away. You're all the things I've got to remember. Shine away. I'll be coming for you anyway. Take on me. Take me on. I'll be gone in a day or other notes. I'll be gone in a day. Okay, it's just gonna do this. So we're gonna go Real Big Fish. Let's do the Hungry Like the Wolf. Hungry Like the Wolf, Real Big Fish version. No, that's the Duran Duran version. I want the... There we go. Okay, this should probably work. Assuming it shows lyrics. Which seems like it's not gonna. It did not. Alright, is this gonna show lyrics? I'm just gonna jump, like... Yeah, no, not doing it. Seriously? Does he not have Hungry Like the Wolf? In like a karaokeable version? Okay, then we'll do Beer. I think I saw Beer down here. Yeah. We're doing Beer. I love ska music. 2, 3, 4. Whoa, she called me late last night to say she loved me so. Didn't matter anymore. To say she never cared and that she never will. Do it all again. I guess I'll have to wait until then. And if I get drunk, well, I'll pass out on the floor now, baby. You won't bother me no more. And if you're drinking, well, you know that you're my friend. And I say, I think I'll have myself a beer. Skanking. She called me late last night to say she loved me so. But I guess you changed her mind. Well, I should have known it wouldn't be alright. But I can't live without her, so I won't even try. If I get drunk, well, I'll pass out on the floor now, baby. You won't bother me no more. And if you're drinking, well, you know that you're my friend. And I say, think I'll have myself a beer. It's weird, my life, you know? I am this incredibly cool and this giant a loser all at the same time. Maybe someday I'll think of what to say. Maybe next time I'll remember what to do. She looks like heaven, maybe this is hell. Said she'd do it all again, she promised not to tell. If I get drunk, well, I'll pass out on the floor now, baby. You won't bother me no more. She said, well, it's okay, boy, 'cause you know we'll be good friends. And I'll say, I think I'll have myself a beer. I think I'll have myself a, yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I feel like I need to do some like shitty hair metal. That I don't know a lot of shitty hair metal, but like, what did Warrant ever do? No, that's like Cherry Pie and shit. What was like hair metal? What were the bands? Why am I struggling to think of fucking hair metal bands? Hair metal. Let's just search for hair metal. In the style of Great White. Ooh, The Cult. I haven't done The Cult. Have I ever done The Cult? What would be The Cult? Okay, I don't know if she sells a Sweet Soul Sister. Oh, Ciao Baby, yeah. Edie Ciao Baby. This will either go incredibly well or incredibly badly. Either way, it's probably my last one. Always said you were a youth quaker, a stormy little world shaker, Warhol's darling little queen, an angel with a broken wing. The dogs lay at your feet, oh, we caressed your cheek. Oh, stars wrapped in your hair, life without a care, but you're not there. Oh, caught up in an endless sea, yeah, paradise, a shattered dream. White on the pills you took, your innocence dripped blood, sweet child. The dogs lay at your feet, oh, we caressed your cheek. Oh, stars wrapped in your hair, oh, life without a care. Ciao, baby. I used to fucking love this song. And I'm not talking like when it was new. I mean like probably when I was like early 20s. This was just like on. Shake it, boy! Even though I don't know the timing or how to sing it. Shut up! The Cult? Still fucking kick ass as far as I'm concerned. Holds up to the test of time. Oh, sweet little sugar talker. Paradise dream stealer, Oh, Warhol's little queen, needy, an angel with a broken wing. The dogs lay at your feet, Edie. Oh, we caress your cheek. Well, oh, stars wrapped in your hair. Life without a care. Yeah, yeah. Why do you kiss the world goodbye? Ciao, baby. Don't you know paradise takes time? Ciao, baby. Why did you kiss the world goodbye? Ciao, baby.
Coughing.
Don't you know paradise takes time? Ciao, baby. Ciao, baby. Ciao, baby.
I feel like I'm off on the time of this.
Ciao, baby. Ciao, baby. Is there not like more lyrics? Totally thought there was. All right. I'll tell you what. That's gonna do. That's gonna do it for the stream. Glad I had a bunch of good solid peoples watching me. We had a good time. We talked about Danielle Smith. We talked about Waco for quite a big chunk of time. Sang some karaoke. What else we talk about? We talked about how stupid. You know, the one thing I didn't say that I meant to say because I'm a fucking idiot is all the talk about cancel culture and about like how important it is for people to like, you know, be all pissed off about the fact that trans people keep existing. Like, that's not gonna fix inflation, motherfuckers. That is why they are using it to distract you. All of the bullshit about critical race theory ain't gonna solve inflation. Ain't gonna make better delivery times at hospitals. Ain't gonna fix anything. It's just a way for you to go, I'm angry about a shitty world I live in, and I'm gonna focus it over there on those people who have less than me. That's what I meant to say. But I did not. All right, folks. It's been a slice. But in the meantime, and in between time, that's it. Another edition of The Unrelenting Yammerings.